그러니까 우리가 환경을 다 파괴시켜버리고 기후변화를 악화시키고 자원을 다 고갈시키고 또 미래 세대의 복지를 다 잠식해버리면 그분들은 뭐 어떻게 살아가겠습니까? 다음 세대도 살아야 되니까 단순히 이제 당위적인 차원을 넘어서 이제는 좀 제도적으로 고민할 때가 왔다. 네, 그렇게 생각을 합니다. 네. 저는 뭐 그동안 가장 관심을 갖고 또 연구를 진행해 왔던 부분이 인구 구조 변화예요. 사실 저는 2000년대 후반부터 저출생 문제가 사회화되면서 여기저기 출산율 높여야 된다. 이제 그런 논의들이 있었는데 저는 그때부터 이미 출산율 회복 반등도 어렵다. 앞으로 계속 떨어질 것이다. 라고 주장을 계속 했어요. 우리나라보다 앞서서 그런 그 저출산 현상을 경험한 나라들이 데이터가 증명을 그렇게 해주고 있거든요. 물론 뭐 출생률을 회복하는데 우리가 뭐 노력을 게을리해서는 안 되지만은 일단은 인구가 감소하고 고령화되는 사회에 빨리 우리가 이제 적응하는 방향으로 인구 구조 정책 방향을 틀어야 된다. 그렇게 이제 여러 번 이야기를 했었습니다. 지금까지 우리나라의 이제 정치, 경제, 사회, 문화, 심지어 교육까지 모든 이런 시스템의 전제는요, 인구가 계속 증가하고 경제가 성장하는 구조에 다 맞춰져 있습니다. 근데 지금 그 반대로 가잖아요. 거기에 맞게끔 전제도 바꾸고 이제 시스템도 바꿔야 되는데 그 중에 가장 대표적인 게 연금 개혁입니다. 이 상태로 가다간 우리의 그 후손들, 뭐 자녀 세대, 손자 세대는요, 연금 구경도 못합니다. 이건 너무 무책임한 일이잖아요. 이게 이해관계가 워낙 첨예하게 얽혀있기 때문에 쉽게 지금 해결이 안 되는데 이번 놓치면요 앞으로는 더 이상 기회가 없을 겁니다. 이제는 인구도 그렇고 경제도 그렇고 양보단 질에 초점을 맞춰야 된다. 인구의 양을 늘리는 건 쉽지 않습니다. 그러면 질을 높여야 되는 거거든요. 우리가 방향을 좀 전환할 때가 왔다. 사실 그렇잖아요. 그 성장이라는 게 보통 20대 초중반의 성장이 멈추잖아요. 근데 30이 되고 40이 됐어도 계속 이게 뭔가 키가 크고 문제가 아니라 이건 사람이 아니라 괴물이라는 거예요. 그러니까 20대 초중반의 성장 멈추면 그때부터는 머리가 그러니까 성숙해져야 되는 거죠. 저는 지구의 시스템도 그렇고 경제도 그렇게 가야 된다고 생각을 합니다. 그러니까 질적 성장이 뭐라는 것인가에 대해서 우리가 좀 개념을 좀 명확하게 해야 되고 그런 질적 성장으로 가기 위해서 우리가 그럼 지금부터 어떤 노력을 해야 될지, 뭘 바꿔야 될지, 어떤 걸 새롭게 추진해야 될지 이런 것들을 이제 고민해 보면 되게 좋을 것 같아요.
기술의 어떤 트렌드에 저항하는 것은 역사적으로 한 번도 성공한 적이 없어요. 잠시 늦추는 것일 뿐 혁신을 계속 해야 돼요. 왜냐하면 이게 우리만 고립되어 있는 사회가 아니란 말이에요. 우리 사회에서 전문성 있다라면 의사, 변호사, 회계사, 또 뭐 교수 같은 뭐 이런 집단들이잖아요. 그게 유망하냐라고 이제 학생들이 저한테 물어볼 때 저는 그렇게 얘기를 해요. 제가 이제 그 그린 그 피라미드는 궁극적으로 한 2090년 정도가 되면 어떤 사회가 될 것인가에 대해서 이제 생각을 해본 건데요. 거기 계급이 이제 4개가 나오죠. 그죠? 그래서 플랫폼이라는 걸 이제 가지고 주로 이제 설명을 했는데, 플랫폼 소유주가 제일 위에 나오고, 그 다음에 스타, 플랫폼 스타, 그 다음에 이제 인공지능, 그 다음에 프레카리앗이라고 하는 일반 사람들, 그리고 4개 계급으로 제가 이제 묘사를 했죠. 플랫폼 소유주는 뭐냐면, 플랫폼이 뭔지를 말씀드려야 되는데, 그게 일종의 진화 중인 정보 시스템이다. 정의를 할 수 있고, 그 정보 시스템을 이제 그 소유한 사람들, 그러니까 투자자나 아니면 개발자들, 그 소유한 사람들이 이제 플랫폼 소유주. 근데 플랫폼 스타는 뭐냐면요. 그 플랫폼 속에서 활동하면서 수많은 사람들을 팔로워로 거느리고 있는 영향력자들. 그 사람이 스타고, 그 아래 이제 프레카리아스는 이제 그런 플랫폼의 어떤 소유권도 없고, 스타도 아닌 일반 사람들. 전문직이냐 이런 거는 전혀 관계없어요. 뭐 노동을 파느냐, 뭐 정신을 파느냐는 관계없이 플랫폼을 그 소유했느냐 또는 거기서 자기가 스타 플레이어로 뛰느냐에 따라서 구분이 되는 거죠. 사실상 대부분의 사람들이 그냥 프레카리아시라고 보면 돼요. 일반인들. 제 보기에는요. 범용지능 아까 말씀하신 대로 그러니까 사람이 하는 거의 모든 일을 다 할 수 있는 정도 지능이 나와서 노동시장에서 아주 극렬한 어떤 분쟁을 일으키는 시기를 제가 2045년 정도로 예측을 했는데 그 정도에 얼추 맞을 것 같아요. 근데 2045년에 모든 것이 확 뒤집히느냐? 그건 아니죠. 거기까지 갈 때까지 이제 로우 레벨에서부터 막 이제 갈등이 일어나서 뒤집히겠죠. 그러다가 2045년이 되면은 그때쯤 되면 이제 더 이상 현재 자본주의 경제 시스템이 버틸 수 없을 만큼 굉장히 기괴한 경제가 될 거라는 거죠. 기괴한 경제는 그거죠. 자본주의는 보통 사람들이 노동을 해서 얻은 수익을 가지고 물건이나 서비스를 사고 그걸 통해서 계속 또 더 나온 투자를 해서 또 새로운 걸 만들어내는 그런 시스템이잖아요. 근데 대부분의 사람들이 할 일이 없게 되고, 그렇죠? 그 다음에 그 사람들이 정부에서 주는 보조금으로 살게 된다면, 그러면 우리가 지금까지 만들어왔던 의존했던 자본주의 시스템이 붕괴하겠죠. 세계적인 스태그플레이션이 계속 이어질 거고, 그게 제가 봐서 한 2045년 정도 되면은 매우 위험한 상태에 도달할 거라고 보고 있는 거예요. 지금 그때쯤 되면 대다수의 사람들이 할 일이 없고 정부에서 주는 보조금으로 근근히 살아가는 사회가 되지 않을까 생각해요. 징후는 사실상 지금 뭐 이건 물이 잠기는 효과하고 비슷해서 찰랑찰랑 밑에서부터 올라오기 때문에 어느 시점을 딱 잘라서 징후라고 얘기하기는 어려워요. 어려운데 기술이라는 게 진화도 마찬가지지만 이렇게 선형으로 이렇게 올라가는 게 아니라 비선형으로 올라가는데 그렇다고 해서 이렇게 부드러운 곡선으로 가는 게 아니라 약간 툭 튀었다가 침체기 갔다가 또 툭 튀었다가 비선형으로 올라가요. 우리 진화도 인간의 진화나 뭐 생물체 진화도 그런 식인데 그걸 우리가 단속 평형설이라고 불러요. 갑자기 막 폭발했다가 한동안 또 그대로 갔다가 이런 건데 이 공학도 마찬가지예요. 지금 챗 GPT 같은 게 바로 그런 탁 퀀텀 점핑하는 그런 공학 기술이죠. 이게 한번 이렇게 콱 퀀텀 점핑을 이루어지고 나면은 챗을 이용하는 그런 서비스 산업들이 굉장한 타격을 입죠. 예를 들어 우리나라 같은 경우 이제 그 전화로 뭐 응대하는 그런 서비스업 있잖아요. 상당 부분은 컴퓨터 화면을 보면서 본인이 클릭하면서 답변을 해줘요. 그런 것들은 지금 챗 GPT가 바로 할 수 있어요. 아주 간단해요. 그런 식의 단순 응답 서비스, 뭐 예약 같은 거라든지 단순 응답 서비스는 직격탄을 받을 거죠. 신자유주의로 인한 양극화는 예를 들면 9대1 정도인데 공학 기술로 인한 그 양극화는 99.99대 0.001이 되겠죠. 그만큼 이제 더 파괴적이고 사실 이런 사회에서 우리가 살아남으려면은 이렇게 보셔야 돼요. 인류 전체적으로 부는 계속 늘어나요. 전체적인 부는. 신석시대 가보세요. 돌밖에 없잖아요. 그죠? 지금 어떻습니까? 똑같은 자원이지만 모든 것들이 정말 어디서 나왔지 할 만큼 놀라운 분명을 일으켰잖아요. 앞으로 가면 갈수록 더 좋아질 거예요. 인류 전체로 봤을 때는. 그렇지만 그게 이제 특정 개인이나 단체에 편중된다는 거거든요. 그래서 그런 부를 사회 전체적으로 골고루 나눠줄 수 있는 그런 시스템을 만들어내야 되겠죠. 그게 유일한 해답이에요. 기술의 어떤 트렌드에 저항하는 것은 역사적으로 한 번도 성공한 적이 없어요. 잠시 늦추는 것일 뿐 혁신을 계속 해야 돼요. 왜냐하면 이게 우리만 고립되어 있는 사회가 아니란 말이에요. 전 세계적 네트워크 사회이기 때문에 어느 한 사회가 고립해서 어떤 트렌드에 반대로 가는 것은 절대로 지속 가능하지가 않아요. 전체가 다 같이 죽는 길이기 때문에. 우리 사회에서 전문성 있다라면 의사, 변호사, 회계사
가자.
자, 막 가자. 뮤비 힘내자.
SBS 창사 33주년 특집 SDF 2023 AI 시대 다시
SBS
쓰는 경제
33rd
패러다임.
Anniversary Special, SDF 2023. We will begin the afternoon session. I am Chung Sung-moon, SBS announcer. Nice to meet you. I am Kim Da-young, SBS announcer. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. During the lunch break, I could see that many people were enjoying the experience program outside the forum venue. We could feel that the era of AI is already around us. In the afternoon program of SDF 2023, we will gather wisdom with world-renowned experts as well as the audience here on what our responses and strategies should be in the changing economic paradigm in the age of AI. So the speakers for the afternoon session are now ready for their talks. Our robot, Newbie, is going to introduce the speakers. Newbie, who are the speakers this afternoon? Hello, I am Newbie. Nice to meet you. SBS D Forum 2023. We will start with the afternoon session with world-renowned labor economist Dr. Guy Standing, followed by the speakers who are testing and proposing alternative ways in their fields to prepare for the future. And the insights only at SDF can be gained here and will be with us until the end. Thank you, and we will get started. In the age of AI, we are concerned about the issue of jobs. The speaker we are about to meet now argues that it's time for a fundamental paradigm shift in the way we live, especially emphasize the need to rethink the meaning of work. I'm sure you will have a lot of questions about the talk, and please add our Kakao Talk channel and send us your questions, and we will have some of them answered in the Q&A session. Now let us meet the speaker.
Good afternoon. I hope you've had a good lunch. I'm an economist, and I'm going to be talking about the global transformation, because we're in the middle of the painful construction of a global market economy. And it began in the 1970s with the collapse of the old social democratic welfare states in the West. The Soviet Union ran into stagnation. China's Danwei system was collapsing. And we had a neoliberal economics revolution. And this revolution put overall emphasis on GDP growth, economic growth, and the construction of free markets, and liberalizing finance. Finance was suddenly a power in the world. And of course, this revolution, which was led by some very strange people who had been renegades after the Second World War, people like Friedrich Hayek, Milton Friedman, and a new breed of politicians, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, who implemented this new doctrine of neoliberalism. And it was essentially about free markets, deregulation, individualism, and competitiveness. But the problem was that after they had initiated this phase, it's a disembedded phase of the economy out of control of society, we then had a next phase in which we saw the developments of the most unfree market economy ever constructed. And I say that very purposefully, because what happened was a system of rentier capitalism developed, in which the returns to property, physical property, intellectual property, and financial property increased dramatically. And the most symbolic thing that happened relevant to the technology issues that we've been discussing today was the passage in 1994 of TRIPS by what became the World Trade Organization. TRIPS was the trade-related aspects of intellectual property. And what this effectively did was globalize the US intellectual property rights system, so that patents became incredibly powerful. A patent gives the holder of a patent a guaranteed monopoly income for 20 years. Copyright gives a guaranteed monopoly right to income for the whole of a person's life plus 70 years. This is not a free market. This is a rigged market. In response, governments, and I noticed your Minister of Finance is still continuing this policy, a policy of subsidies to capital. So we had competition between countries based on subsidies. Now, finance was powerful by this stage, and we had a new technological revolution led by electronics, information technology, and eventually moving into AI. And the combination of the new technologies and financial power and the intellectual property rights meant that we had a system of mega incomes for those who had the technologies. And it fundamentally changed the system of the global economy. The new model didn't pay any attention to income inequality. The apostles said income inequality does not matter. Only growth matters. And what this did, and very importantly for understanding where we are today, is it ushered in a new global class structure. A class structure which had a plutocracy at the top of people earning billions of dollars or whatever, mainly from rents, forms of property. Below them, an elite of multimillionaires, mainly earning from rents. And below them, a salariat, people in permanent employment with salaries and pensions and so on. When I was a student, we were told that that would be the majority by the end of the 20th century. But of course, it is shrinking. Below them is the old working class, the old proletariat. The welfare states were built for, but they have been shrinking. And it's below that that a new global class has developed. That class is the precariat. I estimate around the world that that accounts for something like 40% of the total. Below the precariat is an underclass, people who are rejects from society. Every society has them. People dying prematurely in the streets that are outside the system altogether. But the precariat is the new dangerous class in the world, in the sense that it is against rentier capitalism, and it is also against the old welfare state, laborism with jobs and trade unions and so on. And you can define the precariat in 4 dimensions. People in the precariat are suffering today from unstable labor, insecure labor. They have to do a lot of work that doesn't get counted for labor. They get a lot of activities that they have to do in order just to survive. They also have distinctive relations of distribution in the sense that they have low and volatile incomes, no access to non-wage benefits, no pensions in prospect, and they're living on the edge of unsustainable debt. This is existentially frustrating, stressful. They are also the first mass class in history whose level of education, on average, is above the level of the jobs they can expect to obtain, even if many of them have to have those levels of education to get those jobs. And finally, and most importantly, the precariat feel and are losing the rights of citizenship. They're losing civil rights, they're losing cultural rights, they're losing economic rights, and they're losing political rights because they do not feel that the politicians and the political parties are representing their interests. There's a very interesting cartoon by a famous graffiti artist called Banksy. Many of you may know him. And this sort of summarizes the situation of the precariat. Young people are told, follow your dreams. Cancelled, lost. That's how many people in the precariat feel today. Now, while the precariat has been growing, we moved into an era of what could be called polycrisis. There are many crises that are happening all simultaneously. There's the crisis of the environment. There's the crisis of pandemics. We've already had 6 pandemics this century. There's also the crisis of public health, a demographic crisis where fertility levels are falling, and at the same time, deaths of despair, of stress, are lowering life expectancy, even in the United States, in Britain, and a number of other countries. And fundamentally, the most important thing that has happened is that we have moved into an era of uncertainty. Uncertainty means, for an economist, that you don't know the probability of being hit by a shock. You don't know the probability of being able to cope with that shock, or being able to cope and recover from that shock. And fundamentally, if you're in the precariat, you feel fragile. You feel you've lost the sense of resilience, the ability to bounce back. Now, this situation is leading to something that is even more frightening, in the sense that it's leading to a drift to political populism, nationalism, neo-fascist tendencies, represented by the types like Donald Trump, my own ex-Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who play on the fears and promise to bring back yesterday. They can't, but they play on demonizing the other, the migrants, the refugees, some minority group. And we are in danger at the moment of that taking place at the same time as the geopolitical developments of this global transformation mean that the rising rentier state is China and the falling rentier state is the United States. And the United States is indulging in protectionism, more subsidies to compete with China. China is having to respond, the tensions are mounting. And for a country like Korea, or even countries in Europe, we are sort of squeezed inside this tension. So we're in a crisis period politically and economically because the inequalities are growing. The insecurity is growing. The sense of disillusion and public health problems are growing. Anybody who pretends that everything is fine is a liar or stupid. And so we have a situation today when we have to ask, what is the next phase of the transformation, and how can AI and the technologies of the world be harnessed to improve this? I would like to make a few suggestions as an economist. because I think that we need a new form of economics paradigm, as this conference, the term used for this conference. And I think the first thing that is needed by governments, by economists, and by everybody is to redefine what we mean by economic growth. Economic growth is more than GDP growth. GDP growth was a concept started just before the Second World War as a measure of mobilizable resources for war. And we still use it as an index. The trouble is that GDP is a stupid measure that doesn't take account of unpaid care work, for example. A vast amount of care work is needed. It doesn't take account of inequalities. It doesn't take account of the environmental decay. It doesn't take account of these crises of social protection. So we need a new concept of economic growth. The second thing, and I think this is very important in Korea and in other countries, is that we need to revive the commons. The commons are what are owned by all of us. Nature, resources, our inherited wealth. And we have seen that being privatized and commodified. The term we use sometimes in debates is that the commons are the poor overcoat. They give informal protection to people. I propose that every country should establish a commons capital fund. Those who are making profit from taking the commons deserve to compensate those who are having to pay the price. We need a capital fund from which common dividends can be paid to everybody to give them a sense of security, a sense of belonging, a common property right, if you like. We also need to think about the blue commons, the sea, and all the resources of the sea. Because with the development of new technologies, more and more economic growth is going to be from the sea, not the land. Korea is one of those countries which has acquired ownership of a vast amount of sea. Your sea area, surface area, is 4.7 times as much as your land area. And the resources in the sea belong to every Korean. The minerals, the sand, the fish, whatever's in the sea. And the World Bank and others know that economic growth is going to have to come led by the sea. We need to take that into account. We need to realize that to confront uncertainty, you've got to give people a sense of ex-ante security. Ex-ante protection, not ex-post compensation like the old welfare state. That is why I've been advocating a basic income for many years, because people must feel secure in order to participate actively in a market economy. We also need to confront the downsides of AI and modern electronics technology. Everybody always talks about automation, removing people from jobs, with machines taking over. But there is also a concept of heteromation. The technologies create more work for all of us. We do a lot of work for the big tech corporations. Every time we go onto our computers, we are helping supply them with money. They should pay because they're making billions from us just using our computers. Heteromation is a big issue. More sinisterly, the use of algorithms and AI is helping to develop the panopticon state. The panopticon is a concept from the 18th century with a picture of an eye looking down on prisoners, and the prisoner doesn't know who is looking and when they're being looked at, and therefore they do what the eye tells them, even though nobody actually may be looking. The panopticon leads to discrimination and what I call the panopticon, making people so fearful, or if they behave in certain ways that can be strung together as indicating a particular character. If you join an NGO, or you join a trade union, or you join a feminist group, then an employer or somebody could take that into account and say, that's not a good-looking person. We need to confront that downside because there are great advantages in AI, as we have been hearing today. And the last point I want to emphasize is that we need to promote a new type of working. Why do we make jobs so important? Most of the most rewarding forms of work are commoning, caring, volunteering, ecological work. And here I call on your tradition, because as you all know, Korea was founded in BC 3333 on the principle of Hongik Ingan. Spreading community is spreading sharing. And I think you have a chance to resurrect that spirit of Hongik Ingan, because I think that's the future we want to promote. Thank you very much. But let me conclude. Let me conclude by saying that there's a wonderful poem written by a woman who said that progress comes from those who dream of the impossible, not from those who are the slaves of the possible. We have to have a spirit of a new politics of looking for a future. Now I'd like to introduce the next speaker, who I've known for many years, since she was this high, I feel like saying. She's now a distinguished professor, Songying-Yun Lee. I've always called her Sophia, so it's made it easier for an Englishman to call her by that, who's been doing a fantastic amount of very useful work on the subjects I've been talking about, and has just published an important book. So I'd like to introduce her now to come on stage.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to explain the changing nature of labor during digital transformation through the concept of melting labor and talk about the risk of inequality. Korea has recorded the highest robot density in the world, and technologies advance rapidly. Digital transformation begins from computerization, the stage of digitizing analog data, progresses to the digitalization stage of converting part of corporate activities to ICT-based, and finally to digital transformation. Digital transformation is the stage where the industrial, economic, and social system is transformed based on digital technology. How inequality can worsen during this digital transition is an important issue. Two hypotheses exist regarding growing inequality. The skill-biased technological change, SBTC hypothesis, argues that skilled workers are needed as technology advances. As higher education graduates increase, leading to more supply of high-skilled jobs, the occupational structure is upgraded rather than polarization of the labor market according to this SBTC hypothesis. On the other hand, according to the routine-based technological change RBTC hypothesis, mid-skilled jobs that may need routine work are replaced by machines and technology, and tasks such as information processing are replaced by AI, making highly educated and highly skilled workers experience productivity improvement. On the contrary, as low-educated and low-skilled workers do not see significant productivity improvement and are forced down to low-wage jobs. various research results have shown that technological advancement and automation during digital transformation led to less middle-skilled jobs and polarization between high-skilled and low-skilled jobs. Now let's take a look at the youth labor market based on my analysis. From 2009 to 2019, we followed the trajectories of Korean workers aged between 25 and 34. They are stratified into first, a group that stays with high-skilled and high-knowledge service jobs, that is, atypical work requiring high cognitive skills. Second, those who move downward to jobs requiring lower level of skills. Third, a group mostly found in manufacturing that stays with skilled jobs that perform routine tasks. Fourth, a group that moves upward from these jobs to higher skilled service job with passage of time. And fifth, a group that stays with atypical jobs requiring physical labor. So there are 5 stratified labor classes among the youth in Korea. One interesting fact emerges from the analysis. Once entering a certain skilled job class, young people in Korea do not actively move vertically to higher level skilled occupations. However, if you are a male, have a high level of education, and work in the knowledge service industry, your odds of upward mobility increase. In particular, young people with majors in STEM fields such as science and engineering were more likely to adapt to digital transformation, and the share of young men was high. This implies digital transformation leads to not only job stratification but also gender inequality. Now let's take a look at how the labor is changing. In the labor market of a manufacturing-based economy, companies have already outsourced skills and tasks other than the core capabilities required to reduce burdens of labor costs. Subcontracted and outsourced labor is widespread, and this means that job security and employer responsibilities have become ambiguous for workers. Subsequently, in the platform economy, outsourcing using information and communication technology becomes easier, and the phenomenon of melting labor is observed. Melting labor refers to a phenomenon in which the standards of traditional labor and workplaces, such as employment relationships, labor types, and workplaces, are dismantled. Melting labor includes expansion of atypical workers, dependent self-employed workers, disguised self-employed workers, or freelancers, and platform labor. For the platform labor, there is invisible labor control through algorithms, while the boundaries between rest and work, productive and unproductive time, and workspace and private space are blurred. With this changing form of labor, the issue of whether profits are distributed fairly to workers that has become more important. And what I noticed is that the various social safety nets that were created to protect workers and mitigate inequality are not working properly. Although melting labor is expanding, Korea's social security system and legal system for workers were designed mainly for regular workers. Accordingly, workers who work in new forms such as atypical, freelance, and platform labor are often left out of institutional protection. Korea's social security is centered around the social insurance system, but irregular workers, freelancers, and platform workers working in non-standard employment relations are often excluded from the social insurance. Without safety nets, new forms of melting labor are exposed to instability. The nature of labor is changing in the digital transformation, then why aren't the systems changing? The answer is simple and complicated at the same time. Forms of work and social and economic situations have changed dramatically over the past few years. It's very different from the era of what we call the traditional welfare state. However, policies have not changed that much. I point out this is a kind of deadlock in institutional alignment. In this deadlock, it is important to understand the phenomenon policy drift. It occurs when the external environment is constantly changing and institutions do not properly reflect the changes. In other words, existing institutional structure remains the same, but the original purpose or function of the system gradually weakens. As the social safety net is not functioning properly, precarious workers are exposed to risks. So why does this policy drift occur? It is mainly attributable to governments, politicians, and policymakers' indifference to policy reform and insufficient will to reform. When institutions reach a deadlock, realizing reform becomes increasingly difficult and maintaining the status quo becomes much easier, resulting in a strong tendency to maintain the status quo rather than pursue change. While institutional inconsistency is observed, the y-axis represents the degree of melting labor and the x-axis represents the degree of institutional consistency. Precarious workers are divided into two categories. The first category includes irregular workers or subcontractors who are not protected by the traditional social security. They show low institutional consistency and low degree of melting labor. On the other hand, full-time workers in large corporations or in a public sector are considered insiders of the labor market. They are protected by existing institutions and show high institutional consistency. The second group includes platform workers and freelancers who are emerging precarious workers. Although they show a high degree of melting labor characteristics, they are not properly protected by the existing systems. What challenges do we have to respond to inequality during digital transformation? First, we must recognize the risks and social costs of inequality. Technological progresses during digital transformation brings opportunities, but at the same time, they can also increase precarious workers and inequality. Therefore, we need to recognize and address the side effects behind the glamour of digital transformation. Next, while institutions are deadlocked and show inconsistency, we must accurately identify the subjects of reform and seek solidarity. Last but not least, for the currently stalled social safety net to function properly, we must expand the discussions on institutional reform. Various researches, policy experiments, and implementation strategies can help resolve inequality during digital transformation. Thank you.
Sorry.
가이 스탠딩 교수님 그리고 이승윤 교수님께 다시 한번
Professor
박수
Guy Standing and Professor Lee Seung-yoon, please give them a big round of applause.
두 분의 강연이 진행되는 동안 현장에서
So during the presentations, we got many questions from the audience. First, for the Professor Guy Standing.
공유지 모두의 것의 가치에 대해서
So how can we convince people to embrace the value of the commons?
I don't think that's very difficult, actually. I think people have an intuitive feel that the commons of their country belong to everybody. We think of the land, we think of the sea, we think of the seabed, we think of the air, we think of the natural resources. They all belong to all of us. And they've always done that. And the responsibility of government is to be a steward, a trustee, to preserve the value of the commons. Like our public parks, they're part of the commons. Like our museums, our art galleries and so on. They're all part of what belongs to us, and we've inherited them from the many generations before us that have produced it. So I don't think it's very difficult to get people to understand the value of the commons. And I think that's an international trend.
네, 알겠습니다. 자, 그러면 이번에는 이승윤 교수님께 질문을.
Thank you for the answer. And this question goes to Professor Lee Seung-yoon. Who would be the precarious workers in Korea? I think it would be helpful to understand if you give an example of workers at the intersection of high degree of melting labor and low institutional consistency. Thank you for the question. The fourth group of people who show high level of melting labor and low level of institutional consistency can be represented by platform workers, I think. If you think about the type of their work, it is not protected by the Labor Standards Act. In many cases, they do not sign formal labor contracts, and they work on the basis of call or on a case basis, and they are excluded from the official social safety net. So that's why policymakers have to make a lot of effort to protect them.
Once again, for Professor Standing, in the era of global transformation, do you think the government's role is more important, or do you think the role of a civic society should be increased?
I think that is what is happening at the moment. I think we're seeing what some people call an associational revolution. There are numerous new types of organizations springing up to represent different interests that we have. And we need to see a flourishing of collective bodies that represent different interests. For example, the old trade unions have not represented the precariat. And that's why you're seeing many new types of organizations springing up that linking the love of nature and the need for new types of work, for example, new forms of networking, new forms of commoning, which is coming through. So I think that what we're seeing, without it being organized by governments, that is taking place. And I would urge all governments, whatever political background they come from, to encourage that development, because we're all vulnerable and we all need collective voice of some sort to represent the interests that we think are fundamentally important for a good society. And that is why the old neoliberalism is inappropriate for the type of crisis I was describing in my talk.
네. 자, 이번 질문은 두 분께 동시에
I
여쭤보는
think
질문입니다.
this question is for both of you.
어떻게 보고 계신지 궁금하고,
What are your thoughts on the unique characteristics of the Korean labor market, and what changes are desirable when this labor market encounters technological innovations such as AI? If you ask me about the unique characteristics of the Korean labor market, we went through compressed economic growth over a short period of time. In the process, we couldn't fully protect the labor rights because the economic growth was compressed and accelerated and expedited. So we need to reach a balance, hit a balance between realizing economic growth and also protecting labor rights. So that I'm really concerned about that situation. And as you know, AI and digital technologies are emerging in our society. In this AI era, we need to be able to envision future for everyone. Is AI for everyone in the community? Will it present economic growth opportunities, and will it also offer humane opportunities for humanity? So we have to think about that really hard. Is it inclusive AI? Does it also include precarious workers? So we have to think about the humane aspect AI can achieve.
I get many emails from Koreans because my book, The Precariat, has been translated into Korean and 23 other languages. So I get emails from many, many people from around the world. And from Koreans, as much as anywhere else, the main issues are a feeling of stress, a feeling on parents, landlords, bureaucrats, employers. And that's not a dignified way of living. And this sense of not having rights and being a supplicant is what the original meaning of precarious, going back to Latin, what it meant in Latin was to obtain by prayer. And that's how many people in the precariat feel today. And that is unnecessary, undignified, and the politicians have not been addressing that. But millions of people are suffering from those feelings.
네. 자, 이번 질문도 두 분께 동시에
This question is also for both of you. The culprit of the suffering for precariat can be viewed as governments. And the civil society has to prepare to embrace the precariat. What kind of preparations can you make as a society as a whole? This is a very tricky question and difficult question to answer. If you ask me who the culprit is, if you ask me, is it government or policymakers? My answer is no. I think every member of the community has a shared responsibility. I want to blame particular governments or policymakers. This is the responsibility of the whole civil society. We have experienced rapid technological innovation and advancements, and you can see everywhere precarious workers in your daily life. So as part of one community, we need to discuss how to protect them, how to enhance their rights. This is not dichotomy or white or black phenomenon. Every one of us is part of the one community. We are all workers. We are all consumers at the same time. So we need to strengthen our sense of citizenship to help them.
Yes, I think it would be incorrect of me if I didn't mention that for the past 30 years, I've been trying to encourage the movement of social protection towards giving people basic economic security. And you're listening to a man who's had the privilege of having done pilots and experiments in 4 continents, Africa, Asia, Latin America, North America 5, and in Europe. And everywhere where we've done experiments, people have a greater sense of control over their lives. They become better citizens. Their health improves, their energy improves, their work improves, and they become more politically tolerant. And I think all of these issues spell what I would like to say to any government, regardless of political persuasion. Move to thinking about how we can strengthen social vaccination against the crises that I was talking about. We have vaccinations for pandemics, for illness, etc. We should have vaccinations for economic insecurity and all the problems that come. The mental health problems, the morbidity problems, the fact that you don't want to have a baby because you feel too insecure. All of these come together. And we need this transformation in which we think out of the box, in which we're brave to say our citizens deserve security. And don't talk to me about security unless you talk about individuals everywhere. That's what we need to say to all politicians. So I think the technological revolution, which is fantastic in potential, could actually go with a terrifying political and social situation. And it doesn't have to. But it will only avoid those problems if our politicians can have stiff backbones, not spaghetti backbones. And I think this is the crisis at the moment. So it's the responsibility of all of us to say the economic and social security of every single Korean, every single person of any country should be paramount in our transformation ideas.
네. 자, 이번에는 이승윤 교수님께 들어온 질문입니다.
And this question goes to Professor Lee Seung-yoon. You said that upward mobility is enjoyed by male workers. And some say that that is because more male is majoring in STEM departments. Is it too much generalization? Korea has not completed digital transformation. I looked at the data between 2009 and 2019, so the period does not mark the completion of digital transformation. And when I looked at the upward mobility, most of them were male workers in their 20s. That was noteworthy. And if you look at low-skilled service workers, there were high share of female workers. So if you call it low-skilled, actually it includes significant amount of caring, care workers. So we need to redefine whether or not care workers are low-skilled workers. We need to reevaluate, reassess how valuable care is. So we cannot just expect that AI and technological advancements will strengthen income security for them. So we need to work on how to increase job security and income security for care workers. So if more female major in engineering science, the story may be a little bit different.
The last question goes to the two speakers. And in order to cope with the greater inequalities, what should we do?
I believe that creations of common capital funds with contributions from what I call eco-fiscal policies. If you build up a fund, the classic example is the Norwegian pension fund, which takes royalties from oil and gas, but you can take it from any commons that is being depleted and used, particularly from the sea and from the air, and you build up the fund, and then as the fund grows, you can pay out common dividends to every Korean, every person in that society. That will be a far more effective way of dealing with inequality than hoping to do so by traditional social welfare systems such as progressive income tax. Because we know that people can avoid income tax and they can use tax havens and so on. We need to get levies, carbon levy. We need levies on those who are polluting. We will not get net zero unless we have a big carbon levy, a carbon tax. But they will only be acceptable if we guarantee to the citizens that we will recycle the revenue to pay out everybody so that they get a return. And then it will become popular as it has been where I live in Switzerland or in Canada. So I think we have to think innovatively. We're in the middle of a technological revolution. Let's have a social revolution in a peaceful way that is actually addressing these inequalities.
네.
저는 짧게 말씀드리자면은 방금 어떤 공유부를 함께 배당받는 방법에 대해서도
Yes,
말씀하셨는데
creating commons dividends may be a good idea. Before that, we have to understand the level of skills can lead to more serious stratification of job classes. So we need to pay more attention to job training, and we have to make sure job training is accessible by everyone. This is in line with the decommodification of education Dr. Guy Standing mentioned. Everyone, regardless of their social status, should be able to access the opportunities of job skill training. That is very important. And another thing is, regardless of technological advancements, care work is really critical in our community, but it is not evaluated properly in the modern society, and especially during digital transformation. So we need to put more value on that type of work, and our work will result in higher quality of care work. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was the Q&A with Professor Guy Standing and Lee Seung-yoon. Thank you so much.
네, SDF 2023
This is
AI 시대
SDF 2023 Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. This session is a joint research session planned by the SBS Foundation and Seoul National University's Climate Technology Center. As the international community focuses on addressing the climate crisis, climate tech industry emerges as a new growth engine that can turn the crisis into opportunity. Efficient distributed management of energy, prediction of climate crisis, and use of AI technology to actively address climate change are the characteristics of climate tech, and it is increasingly attracting attention. Innovative technology trends in global climate tech and the climate tech industry, which is rapidly emerging as a game changer, will be dealt with by the upcoming speakers. If you have any questions, please send them via the SDF KakaoTalk channel, and we will ask selected questions during the interviews with the speakers. Now let's meet the first speaker of the session.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. First, let me start with a confession. I am no AI expert. I'm just an environmentalist that cares deeply about decarbonizing our global energy system. Today, you have heard and you will hear from many brilliant entrepreneurs and scientists about how the wonders of AI will allow us to do things we can't yet do, making sense of trillions of data points, revealing connections in seconds that my brain can't fathom in a lifetime. But what if I told you that technology is not just in the future, on the distant horizon, but that it's already here, giving us the insights and tools we need to tackle the most pressing threat to our world, climate change. We can do it quickly and affordably, and most importantly, we can do it now. And Korea and other Pacific countries are key in this story. At the heart of this journey is a powerful climate pollutant that you may never have heard of, called methane. Methane is a powerful greenhouse gas. What do I mean by that? It is 84 times more powerful than carbon dioxide at trapping heat, and it is the second largest contributor to current warming by far. Alarmingly, over the next decade, methane emissions from our global economy will warm the planet more than all of the carbon dioxide from burned fossil fuels, even though methane only remains in the atmosphere for about a decade. For years, we underestimated methane's impact. For the last decade, my organization, Environmental Defense Fund, or EDF, has been researching the impact and scale of methane emissions. And spearheading the most comprehensive peer-reviewed research on this topic, we identified two main challenges. The first is that far more methane is being leaked into the atmosphere than anyone thought. Not just in the US, but almost everywhere we looked. The second is that without slashing methane, our climate goals remain elusive, even as we drastically cut CO2 emissions. Make no mistake, reducing CO2 is an imperative. CO2 is important because it can linger in the atmosphere for a very long time. And achieving net zero emissions by mid-century is absolutely essential to stabilize the climate to protect future generations. But it's not enough to focus on the distant future when climate impacts are hurting people today. So the gravity of the methane challenge is grave. But it is also a crucial opportunity, especially for the Asia-Pacific. Because methane is such a powerful pollutant, cutting methane is also the single fastest way to slow down warming now and avert the temperatures, wildfires, and storms we would otherwise see in the immediate future. The methane we emit comes from three main sources: energy operations, waste management, and agriculture. But the most efficient starting point? The oil and gas industry. In fact, the International Energy Agency, or IEA, says that around 75% of the industry's methane emissions can be eliminated using technologies widely available today. In addition, reducing methane emissions also saves valuable energy from being wasted, because much of the gas currently vented, flared, and leaked by operators can be economically captured and commercialized. According to a recent S&P Global study, methane abatement could profitably replace around 60% of Europe's annual pre-war gas imports from Russia. Fortunately, stopping methane leaks is fairly simple if we locate them. They often come from faulty equipment or deliberate releases. Fixing the problem can be as simple as tightening a valve or placing a gasket or adjusting an engine. Finding the leaks is the real challenge. Why? Because methane is both invisible and odorless and can leak virtually anywhere across the oil and gas supply chain. What's more, these very leaks can offset any near-term environmental benefits of using gas over coal. On top of that, few companies have actually been looking for leaks, not to mention quantify how much they release. That's a missed opportunity, because it's here where technology has greatly accelerated our options. We can now detect and quantify emissions more precisely with handheld devices, high-resolution cameras, or drones mounted on airplanes. There are even satellites that can detect methane from space. The next generation of these satellites will arrive next year with the launch of MethaneSat, developed by EDF. MethaneSat will not only detect emissions almost anywhere on Earth with unprecedented precision, but it will also allow us to identify those achieving reductions over time, providing a powerful tool to drive change and hold stakeholders accountable. With this data being open and free for all, we can now easily compare performance, whether it's between companies or countries, or even between production regions within those countries. This means that those countries importing gas, like Korea, can make much more educated choices about the gas that they're shopping for. Now, what does this mean for Korea and other Asia-Pacific nations? They are essential in the global climate equation. In fact, Asia's response to methane is pivotal in shaping the global capacity to achieve climate goals. Why are these countries so central? First, the reality is that even as we ramp up renewables, natural gas, specifically liquefied natural gas or LNG, is currently an essential part of the regional economy, particularly as countries shift away from coal. Today, Japan, South Korea, and China account for more than half of global LNG. The future points to Southeast Asia emerging as a major LNG hub in this transition. What makes this more significant is that many APAC countries have pledged to reduce their methane emissions as part of a global methane pledge. And as big buyers of LNG, this region wields significant power in the global gas market, which offers a unique opportunity to demand better methane management upstream from their LNG exporters. At the same time, all over the world, governments are pouring investments into clean energy solutions at unprecedented scales. In the pursuit for cleaner energy solutions, hydrogen, which you probably have heard of, is gaining significant traction in the region. Numerous countries are counting on hydrogen to power important parts of their economy, and billions of dollars are already being spent on R&D and supply chains. Hydrogen, it has indeed great potential to help us decarbonize sectors where renewable energy alone may still fall short. But there's a catch. There's no silver bullets in this game. Hydrogen emissions contribute to global warming too. And because hydrogen molecules are very tiny, they can slip through gaps and tiny flaws in seals and valves and pipelines during transport, just like methane. Adding to this challenge is that many countries plan to produce hydrogen from natural gas, which means the same methane challenge that I just told you about will exist throughout the hydrogen supply chain. In short, if hydrogen is to live up to its climate promise, addressing methane emissions is critical. As one of the largest LNG importers globally, Korea has a unique opportunity to excel in the global arena, leveraging its leadership position and established economic relationships and partners in Asia. Moreover, Korea's commitment to supporting emerging economies in their decarbonization efforts further enhances the potential to stand out. Methane mitigation is not an opportunity lost on leaders in this country. We are witnessing entities like Seoul National University working with partners worldwide, examining city-level emissions in Seoul and creating an inventory for the entire Korean peninsula. Top institutions in Korea are also developing the country's first methane detection satellites to improve data quality and inform climate policy. KOGAS and Japan's JERA, two of the world's largest LNG buyers, are working together to reduce methane emissions from the supply chain. A groundbreaking move. Last but not least, Korea has also joined hands with the US, the EU, and other nations to create a framework for verifying methane, CO2, and GHG emissions in the global natural gas supply chain. This international and cross-cutting collaborative movement is pivotal. We need more of that. The upcoming UN climate talks in November in Dubai will serve as a global stock-taking, providing a country-by-country assessment of progress towards our climate goals. While there will be some positive news, it will also reveal that globally we are falling short urgently, and we urgently need to make good choices, leveraging what we already know today. As the urgency of the climate crisis has become undeniable, we stand at a critical crossroads. We are already seeing the costly and dangerous effects on economies around the world, from stronger storms, unpredictable winters, and scorching summers. Science tells us that we must drastically reduce climate pollution, that we can't stabilize the climate without cutting methane, and that Asia will have to play a critical role in addressing this challenge. We are not powerless. Thankfully, we already have the tools and technology at our disposal today to take targeted action on methane. Our path forward involves investing in infrastructure, optimizing supply chains, developing standards, and creating regional and global effective markets. Of course, solutions will look different across countries, companies, communities, and individuals. But achieving meaningful, lasting change hinges on this collective action and unwavering accountability. We can build up on Korea's existing knowledge, technology, and experience, but we must accelerate our efforts and scale up. To that end, we need robust policy and methane abatement targets that send clear signals to industry. Moreover, we need to think about how wealthier nations can aid those in this region lacking capacity for methane mitigation projects, especially as we anticipate groundbreaking data in 2024. Let me be clear. Methane is key to fighting the climate crisis now, and it is fundamentally not a technology problem. We have what we need, but our tools and information are only as effective as the systems and institutions that use and scale them. It will be up to all of us, from ordinary citizens to industry leaders to elected officials, to ensure that the technology we have developed is used effectively and with urgency to realize their most valuable potential, stabilizing the planet that we all depend on. And now it gives me great pleasure to introduce Mr. Mike Lim, who will be sharing his insights on the topic of, is climate tech investing at an inflection point? Thank you.
안녕하세요. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me here. I'm Mike Lim, and I'm a venture capitalist. Climate change. There's definitely a lot that we should be doing to solve the climate problem that we are facing right now. And to do that, we definitely need to invest in technology that can really help us to decarbonize. As an investor, the question is now the right time for us to invest into climate technologies? Over the past decades, investment theme has been happening in cycle driven by macroeconomic, geopolitical, and technological trends. In the 1990s, we have the dot-com boom driven by the emergence of the internet. In the 2000s, China's entry into WTO leads to the rise of the Chinese giant. And in the most recent decades, we have the FANG domination fueled by smart devices and 4G. Post-COVID, the world is once again at an inflection point, driven by an existential crisis due to climate change. Will the new investment cycle involve climate? The world today is not the same post-COVID. The investment landscape has become increasingly complex. After decades of loose monetary policies, we are now facing rising interest rates across the globe. Inflationary pressure continues to stay high post-pandemic as our supply chain gets increasingly broken. the world has also never been more geopolitically divided since the World War. All these factors are resulting in uncertainty, and investors are generally taking in a more conservative and measured approach when it comes to investment. Hence, it's not surprising to see investment drying up in many areas. This includes previously hot sectors such as fintech, biotech, cybersecurity. However, amid all these negativities, climate tech investment flow has remained resilient. Why is that? Climate tech investment in recent years has been supported by very strong macro tailwinds. On the demand front, we have around 137 countries already make their announcement for net zero goal targets as of today. They are joined by many other multinational companies which has made their own net zero pledges. On the regulatory front, governments around the world have also been introducing many pro-climate regulations and fiscal policies in recent years. These include the Inflation Reduction Act in the US and the Green Deal in Europe, which are providing billions of dollars worth of government supports to greenify industries in their quest to decarbonize. In the private sector, more than 330 new climate-related funds have been launched in 2022 alone. They have collectively raised close to US $270 billion worth of capital, and today they are looking to deploy into climate tech-related investment. This alignment between government, corporate, and capital markets are providing the much-needed momentum in climate tech investments like we have never seen before. This has allowed climate tech to go against the general trend of falling investment that we are seeing in all other sectors, most other sectors. At this juncture, it is important to note that climate tech did not just happen overnight. In fact, it started in the early 2000s with the emergence of renewable energy-related startups, and subsequently, the widespread implementation of renewable energy as the world transit out of its reliance on fossil fuel into clean electrons. This is what we call Climate Tech 1.0, which mainly centered around energy generation breakthrough in areas such as solar, wind, batteries, and biofuels, for example. Today, these technologies have started maturing. It is hence not surprising that while climate tech investment activities have been increasing over the past years, investment has been mainly concentrated in the space of renewable energy and mobility. While energy and mobility account for close to 70% of investment in 2022, according to a report by PwC, these two sectors only accounted for 30% of global emission. To truly decarbonize, we need to address emission in other key emitters, such as in food, agriculture, manufacturing, and building. And these will be the areas which Climate Tech 2.0 will have to focus on. Climate Tech 2.0 greatly benefited from conditions already created by the maturing of Climate Tech 1.0. One of the most significant of this condition is the drastic decline in the cost of renewable energy and batteries. These enabled the energy transition to take place at a speed and scale which was not possible in early days. The cost of solar and wind today are frequently cheaper than fossil fuels. And this is taking place in many locations. And with growing capacity, this look to continue to accelerate. Tangential technologies such as sensor, artificial intelligence, machine learning, exascale computing, quantum computing, blockchain, additive manufacturing has also started maturing in recent years. All this will allow Climate Tech 2.0 business model to achieve improved unique economics, to compete with traditional industries that they are trying to disrupt. Again, this is something not possible in the days of Climate Tech 1.0. Let me now quickly share 2 examples of Climate Tech 2.0 opportunities. First, hydrogen. Hydrogen has been widely touted as the potential clean replacement for fossil fuels as an energy source, both for the grid and for industry that struggle to electrify. Ironically, today fossil fuels are still the dominant source of industrial hydrogen being produced, simply because they are still the cheapest. However, as renewable energy cost continues to fall, methods such as methane pyrolysis, water electrolysis are becoming increasingly attractive. Why? Because they can use any source of electricity, including renewable energy, to produce clean hydrogen. However, production of hydrogen is just part of the equation here. What is crucial going forward is to find a way to safely store and transport hydrogen in a cost-effective manner. We believe that finding a solution for this may not be that far off. With the help of big data, artificial intelligence, high-powered computational simulation technologies, several researchers, institutes, and startups around the world are already discovering new materials that shows great promises to store and transport hydrogen safely and at a much commercially realistic conditions. The second opportunities in Climate Tech 2.0 is the emergence of carbon as an asset class. Despite the many criticism and controversy surrounding carbon credit, there are actually very few viable alternatives that can help address emissions that cannot be solved immediately, and yet help businesses speedily achieve their net zero goal. If done properly, carbon credit can be used to pay for decarbonization projects and potentially even fund breakthrough technologies that would otherwise not be properly funded. Given the huge effort needed to decarbonize, the world needs a voluntary carbon market that is large, transparent, verifiable, and robust as opposed to the fragmented, complex, and opaque carbon markets that we are having today. It is with this in mind that companies such as Expansive develops rule-based marketplaces and infrastructure that enable stakeholders to deliver transparent, credible, and auditable environmental claims to nascent ESG commodities such as carbon credit. Alongside marketplaces like Expansive, the growing adoption of technologies such as satellite imagery, artificial intelligence image analytics, and blockchain technology to measure, report, and verify carbon credit will further help to address the growing demand for assurance and accountability that will allow carbon credit to gain the much-needed credential to be recognized as an asset class of the future. This existential risk due to climate change is real, but it also poses as an opportunity of a lifetime as the world seeks for new solutions to this problem. Although we are living in an increasingly complex world, the tailwind supporting the climate technologies adoption has never been stronger. Alongside maturing technologies carried over from Climate Tech 1.0 and tangential technologies such as artificial intelligence, Climate Tech 2.0 hold great promises to provide solutions that can help us solve the crisis. If there is one thing that all investors should know, it is the key that timing is always key, and the time is now. And with this, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Jong, who will be sharing his insights on the topic of climate tech and the career path forward. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 서울대학교 교수
Good
정수정입니다.
afternoon. I am Jung Soo-jung, professor of Seoul National University. As mentioned by Mike, investment in the climate tech market is on the rise. Then, what is the way forward for climate tech in Korea? South Korea has redefined the term climate tech by reflecting the growing trend of the climate tech market. The 2050 Carbon Neutrality and Green Growth Commission defines climate tech as any innovative technology that contributes to greenhouse gas reduction and climate adaptation while generating value. In Korea, climate technology is divided into 5 areas. First, there's clean tech. It refers to technologies that produce renewable energy alternatives or provide distributed energy solutions. Carbon tech is technologies that capture carbon from the air or reduce direct emissions from combustion. Next is ecotech. So it's about resource circulation, such as waste recycling. Food tech includes low-carbon agricultural technologies that reduce carbon in the production, consumption, and growing of food. Finally, there's geotech. It utilizes weather and climate information, such as weather disaster prediction, greenhouse gas emission monitoring, and carbon accounting. Based on the 5 categories that we have defined, we will take a look at the current position of the Korean market compared to the global market. Climate tech sector requires creative and innovative technology, so we need to pay attention to the potential for startups. First, let us look at the success stories of overseas startups. So in this slide, you can see the shares of unicorns as by countries. As of 2023, there are 83 climate tech unicorns, and unicorns has an enterprise value of about 1 trillion won or more, and the majority come from the US and China, and they are mostly distributed in the carbon and the clean tech sectors. And what about Korea? Unfortunately, there's no unicorn company. And when you look at the companies that have received series of investment, we can see that there are not many companies that have attracted more than tens of billions of won in investment. Overall, it's still a market with growth potential, but it's not a mature market. In terms of sectors, ecotech and food tech account for a relatively high percentage, while geo and carbon take a small portion. According to a study by the Green Technology Center Korea, Korea's climate technology is lagging behind major developed countries. In particular, Korea's overall level of climate technology compared to the US is 80%, and we are in the follower group, not a leading group. At this rate, it will be very difficult to achieve carbon neutrality, and the growth potential of the national economy will be low. But there's an interesting point to make. You've probably heard that Korea has global dominance in the electric vehicle, PV, and battery industries. It means that while the Korean climate tech market is centered around large corporations, and the ecosystem relatively lacks startups with innovative and bold ideas. So also, based on the statistics that I mentioned, we can say that the carbon tech, clean tech, and geotech sectors are underrepresented, which is a difference from the global market. If we want to catch up with climate tech leaders, what areas should we focus on? And if we want to leverage our existing infrastructure of industries where we excel, what areas can we catch up on? We look at the areas where we can secure national competitiveness from 2 perspectives of climate change mitigation, that is carbon reduction, and climate change adaptation. The key to climate change mitigation is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and in Korea, the energy and industrial sectors account for about 75% of greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, fostering carbon reduction technologies in these two sectors is key to climate change mitigation. First, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector, Korea can lead the world in the areas of renewable energy, long-cycle batteries, energy platforms, SMRs, and hydrogen and biofuels. Especially, Korea can lead the development of platforms for energy efficiency and demand forecasting through the advancement of IT, digital technology, and AI technology. The second is the industrial sector, especially. So 80% of the total industrial emissions come from steel, petrochemical, and cement, and semiconductor and displays. To reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the industrial sector, we need to develop decarbonization technologies for cement and steel processes, and semiconductor and display process needs gas substitutes, and we need technologies that absorb emitted carbon from the industrial sector. Also, Korea can use AI and carbon measurement technology to lead a carbon accounting platform. So in addition to climate change mitigation technology, what is also important is technology for adaptation. According to the 6th IPCC report, even if we reduce carbon right now, we will face more climate disasters. So it's essential to develop adaptation technologies to reduce the damage caused by climate change. Among them, I think we can use AI and weather information to lead risk analyses and disaster response platforms. In particular, so Korea has a lot of advantages related to its complex terrain and high population density, and Korea can be an optimal testbed for the development of precise systems. In order to adapt to a changing climate, so we can think of a cloud-based smart agriculture technology. This can be another promising area for Korea. So I cannot talk about everything we've researched today, but to summarize, the promising areas where we could lead the world would be clean, carbon, and geotech. One interesting point here is that these are the areas that we are relatively lacking in Korean climate technology companies. What does it mean? It means we haven't tapped into our capabilities in the areas. So we have to start to best utilize available technologies and existing infrastructure instead of getting obsessed with these categories through active discussions. So it's time to take advantage of what we already have. Next, what is the role of government in fostering climate tech? It would be a good idea to make investment in climate tech, and we need a consistent policy and the tools of foster faster growth. Deregulation is necessary, and we have to collectively use an R&D capabilities of many organizations and companies, and especially if we can use AI, which is a key area for the government, then we can promote the development of a climate tech. Once we can lay the foundation for the climate tech ecosystem with the support of the government, more private investment will follow. Through this investment, climate tech education and research will be facilitated, various technologies will come into the world, and the climate tech ecosystem will flourish as large companies purchase or acquire innovative technologies. In order for this process to proceed smoothly, each of us needs to understand the concept of climate tech and recognize its importance, leading to more climate tech policies and investments. There are a lot of good talents in Korea, And if Korea's brilliant minds grow in this new ecosystem, we will lead the efforts to change the world. I have no doubt about it. What is clear today and what will be clear tomorrow is that a country that leads climate technology will lead the future of humanity. I hope that we will work hard to turn Korea into the leading country. So I ask for your lot of support and the participation. Then the Korea can be a leader in climate tech. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 멋진 강연 잘
Thank you
들었습니다.
for the great presentations. While the three speakers delivered their lectures, the audience sent us a lot of questions. Let us ask those questions. First of all, the question to Ms. Mina Bako. Besides improving the environment, are there any other benefits to reducing methane?
Yeah, like I said, there's a huge opportunity to reduce methane because it's the single fastest opportunity for us to slow down warming in the near term. However, there are other benefits as well, aside from the climate, such as health impacts, public health for communities. Because what a lot of people do not know is that methane emissions actually contribute to things like ground level ozone or particulate pollution. And what kind of impacts does that have? There's a link here to diseases such as lung disease or cardiovascular diseases. So there's an increased occurrence of cardiovascular morbidity or mortality, increased asthma attacks, and occurrence of cancer, and the list goes on. The other effect that has then is that we see an increase in healthcare costs, increased stress on the healthcare systems. So tackling methane from the oil and gas industry not only helps the climate, but it also breathes new life into public health. So cutting methane is a win-win for our climate, but also for our well-being.
네. 자, 이번에는요.
Thank you for the answer, and this question goes to Professor Jung Soo-jung.
So you talked about Koreans, climate tech, and you said that Korea is in the following group. But we have a renewable energy resource, and what strategy can we take based on the renewable energy that we have? And according to a Green Growth Commission, we are going to increase a renewable share, and we have been collecting a lot of ideas from the industry and from the public, and we are making efforts to increase renewable energy, and we also are using the clean tech and the carbon tech along with the AI. And so we are in the process of a development.
And this question for Mr. Michael Lim. Can you tell us about the main criteria for investment decision in the field of decarbonization and your investment experience?
Well, we are a VC, but we're a specialized VC in the sense that we only invest in decarbonization. So when we say that, it means that basically we look for companies that has got the technology, the business model, or combination of that, that enables the what we call the prevention, the sequestration, and the reduction of greenhouse gas. So that to us is the main criteria. Of course, there are other criteria which is normal for even non-decarbonization related investment. But because we invest in very early stage company, we look very much into the areas of, for example, the strength of the management, the strength of the founders, the business model, the unique economics, whether the technology or the products that they have is going to be cost competitive when they go to the market itself. So these are just some of the examples. I mean, obviously there are a lot other criteria that we look at, but these are the main ones that we generally look at.
네, 기후테크에 관심 많은 분들에게
So,
도움이 될 것 같습니다.
I think that it will be helpful for many people interested in climate tech. Back to Ms. Amina Burko, and there are many sources of methane emission, and oil and the coal account for only the 20%. And in energy production, do you think the methane's reduction is a part of an effort, or do you think that it will take a significant part of the reduction efforts?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the second half of the question?
에너지 생산 과정에서의
So in
메탄
the
저감이
process
얼마나
of energy
효과적일지
production, so what we can do, so do we have to make efforts to reduce methane? Do you think that we can get an effective outcome by reducing methane during the energy production process?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. It's the supply chain for oil and gas is rather long, and we see a lot of opportunities, particularly in the upstream of the oil and gas supply chain. I think a lot of times people think that it will be a very costly effort to reduce methane emissions, but as the International Energy Agency and various other international organizations have said, including the United Nations Environmental Program, is that doing small things, like I said, fixing valves or placing a gasket, being very strategic about where you're monitoring and measuring, those are things that actually industry is already doing. Yeah, that's the technology is already out there. They're cost effective. So there's really no reason to forego this, especially given the energy crisis that we're currently going through. Methane or gas consists mostly of methane. So in effect, if you then try to reduce leakage from your infrastructure, what you're doing is you're not just doing something that's good for the climate, but you're also saving money because you're saving valuable product that could be brought back to the market. And so it's just a cost-effective thing to do, and we have the know-how to do it right now.
오케이. 자, 이번에는 정수종 교수님께 들어온 질문입니다. 우리나라 기후테크
For
대부분
Professor
굴뚝
Chung,
개발하는 대기업들이
and the
앞장서고
climate
있습니다.
tech is led by large corporations that are in like chimney industries in Korea, and for the startups, like we don't see the noticeable efforts by the startups. So how can we motivate more startups to participate in the climate tech? There are climate tech companies, but they are not really active and highly successful. And the climate tech industry hasn't been activated and vitalized yet, and they are not sure whether the existing technology they have will help address climate change. So it is hard to link their technology to climate tech. So now we are in the process of identifying the proper technologies. That's why Mike and the investors of clean tech need to be involved and provide advice. And we need experts' advice. So if you get to this issue, and when we have a system, then more startups will follow with the support of the government and support and interest of investors. So that it's promising.
자, 이번에는 마이크 림 연사에게
This question is for
질문을
Mr. Mike
드리겠습니다. Lim. 기후테크 투자와 관련된 이야기 해주셨는데
You talked about climate tech technology. What are the important trends we need to focus on when it comes to decarbonization?
I mean, it's a very important question as investors that we're always looking out for. And I think I've really shown some of the major trends that's been going on when I was talking earlier on. But I think there's one thing which is very much related to today's theme. Right? We're talking about AI, and AI is actually a big trend that's going on right now. It's the trend of digitalization, right? So adoption of digital solution. At the same time, we have a very critical a problem to solve, which is in decarbonization. And if you look at it, yes, digitalization can help us to decarbonize, but at the same time, when we digitalize, it actually consumes a lot of energy. right? I think the speaker early on has mentioned data centers is a huge energy monster. They consume a lot of energy. And every time you send the data, you do a chat GPT, the amount of energy that's needed to actually create that solution for you or that answer for you is actually taking a lot of energy, right? So this is actually a confluence of two trends that's going on right now. So this is something that as an investor, we are actually watching very closely at the moment. And we are thinking, is there any disruptive technology out there that can actually help us achieve the trend of digitalization at the same time help us to decarbonize? And then I think this morning you have a speaker in the semiconductor area talking about packaging, trying to bring things closer together. This is an area that we look at. And there's also disruptive technology that is different from the way that we actually package semiconductor today. Right? Today's technology has been around for a long time, and we all talk about the Moore's law, getting more and more difficult to miniaturize. We are actually watching a technology called silicon photonics, using light to send data. I mean, it's already happening. You have the fiber optics, but how do you do it in a data centers? How do you do it in a chip when you process? Because if you use light, there's no need for you to convert from light to the 1-0, the digital signal, and that actually saves a lot of energy. So this is a huge potential here, but we don't have an answer yet. But it's definitely something that we think we have to closely watch in order to solve the climate issue and at the same time, help us to propagate digitalization.
네. 자, 이번에는 미나 버코 연사에게 다시 한번 질문 드리겠습니다.
So, question for Ms. Mina Burko. Many countries are launching satellites with a sensor. So, what are the difference between the methane monitoring satellites and the sensors?
I think that's an important question. So the ecosystem around satellites is vastly growing, and we're very excited for the data that we will be able to see in 2024. But we all also know, I think all of us, that data alone is not going to necessarily fix anything. Data alone does not help us make decisions necessarily. So it's really important that as we get more and more of these technologies off the ground, that we think about accessibility of the data, the credibility of the data, as well as transparency. Because otherwise, no one will trust the data that we're getting, and it will lead to confusion. And it's actually something currently that we're not doing in an optimal way when we approach data. So, for example, with existing methane data that we do have, we'd rather see very much disjointed approaches. For example, there's a lot of variability in the data products that we see out there. There's a lot of variability in the geographic coverage of the data, as well as detection capabilities. So what does that mean? I just said that MethaneSat is launching, and that's going to bring us unprecedented data. Well, it just means that we need to really work with other countries and companies to ensure that we reduce the noise and create actionable insight from this data. So to that end, actually, EDF works with CEOS, the Committee of Earth Observation Satellites, to create a community to make sure that our efforts are complementary and that we're all moving in the right direction to deliver the products that allow us to make smart decisions and actually catalyze change, reduce methane, and save the climate crisis.
네, 정수종 교수님께 또 질문을 드릴 텐데요.
This question goes to Professor Chung. In order to reduce greenhouse gases, AI technologies are being used, but there is a criticism that generative AI consumes too much power, and many call for regulations to use too much power for AI. So people say that So AI technologies emit the carbon emissions, but so we are in the AI symposium and we cannot claim that. And it's true that AI requires a lot of a computing system and the servers and data, but I think that we are in the transition. We keep saying that if you are going to purchase the EV, that it will require renewable energy in eventually. Likewise, AI requires a lot of power, and as you heard from the keynote speech, so we will have a superconductor and the more powerful the chips, so will be helpful to reduce the power consumption of generative AI. Yes, it is true that so it uses a lot of power, but we will improve efficiency over time.
And this question is again for Mr. Michael Lim. What would be the role of AI for decarbonization?
Okay, so we talk about AI and AI consuming a lot of energy, so that's the negative side of things, but we have to understand that AI is a very powerful enabling technology. It is an assistant to us human beings. I think there's a lot of things that if we do it correctly, the problem now is not just AI itself, but it's the regulatory that's surrounded it. But if we apply AI, it can actually help us solve a lot of problems that it will take us a long time to solve. I think Professor Jong has already mentioned using AI to do weather monitoring and modeling, for example. That's to help us to solve in terms of climate mitigation of adverse weather event. That's one part of it. But in order to solve decarbonization, we need breakthrough technology, and sometimes we need very new, novel materials, for example. Right? And for us to discover these materials, we have to go through a lot of database, right, to find what works with what. But AI actually allows us to actually do simulation of how molecular level actually react with one another, and therefore allowing us to identify the best materials that we can put together to form new materials that can help us to decarbonize. I mentioned about hydrogen. That's one of the application platform that we have seen. They actually use AI to help them discover very new materials that allow for the absorption of hydrogen and keep hydrogen in a very safe manner without high temperature, very low temperature or very high pressure. So it is a lot of potential that we should be thinking about when we look into AI. Not just the negative part. I think the negative part can be solved, but also the positive part of it.
Yeah.
네. 자, 현장에서 정말 다양한 질문들을 보내주셨는데
And we have collected many questions. I think this is the last question. The last question goes to Ms. Mina Burko. So fostering the climate tech, so will be those a way to address climate change and the climate crisis? Do the environmental and civic groups agree that the climate tech will be the answer?
That's an interesting question, a very good question. I think the best answer here is that we really have to be careful about not gravitating away from this silver bullet type thinking, right? That there is one technology or one low carbon fuel that will save us from everything that we're currently doing. That's just not the case, and we just need to be really smart about what technology we use for what sector, and make sure that the climate promise, climate performance actually lives up to the promise. So we just need to be very careful about how we choose technologies and what we foster.
네, 오늘 말씀 고맙습니다.
잘 들었습니다.
Thank you so much for your remarks and time. The second part of SDF 2023, Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI, has been completed. Let's take a short break. Part 3 begins at 3:20 p.m. In the third part of SDF 2023, we will look into how AI is changing the realm of creators. Also, following sessions will talk about robots, which are inseparable from AI and stimulate your imagination. We look forward to your participation. In front of the bookstore outside the forum venue, the previous speaker guy standing is preparing for an autograph session. You can also take a photo with him. Don't miss the opportunity. We will see you again soon. Thank you.
굉장히 깜짝 놀랐어요. 네. 저도 굉장히 당황스러울 정도로 디벨롭 해야 될 덕목이 뭔지, 스킬이 뭔지, 어떤 소양을 길러야 되는지 굉장히 혼란의 시대가 온 것 같아요. 사실 챗GPT 오픈한 뒤로 한 달 넘도록 저는 들여다보지도 않고 있었거든요. 왜냐하면은 저희 집에 인공지능 스피커랑 지금 같이 산 지가 한 3, 4년 정도 되는데, 이제 어느 정도의 답과 어느 정도의 이제 그 명령을 해줄 수 있는지 이제 그 뻔한 수준에서 별로 그렇게 벗어나지 않을 것 같다라는 생각에서 우연한 기회에 써보니까 저는 굉장히 깜짝 놀랐어요. 네. 저도 굉장히 당황스러울 정도로. 저희 웬만한 대학원생 학생들보다도 전공 분야에 대해서 대답도 잘하고요. 특히 챗GPT가 이제 보통 사람들의 인공지능에 대한 액세시빌리티를 굉장히 낮춰주는 것 같아요. 마치 지금 우리가 네이버 검색이나 구글 검색까지 웹 검색 없이는 못 살듯이 이제 챗GPT 없이는 좀 뭔가 생활하기가 힘든 세상이 지금 닥쳐오고 있지 않나, 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 인터넷이 그렇게 보급되기 이전 시절이었거든요. 그래서 뭔가 연구하고 싶으면 주제를 찾기 위해서 도서관 가가지고 도서관에 있는 그런 서지 정보들을 일일이 뒤져가지고 뭔가 이 키워드를 갖고 있는 논문이 있는지 책이 있는지 그런 것들 일일이 찾아가지고 실제 책들이나 논문들을 인쇄받거나 이제 책을 받아가지고 다 살펴봐야 되고, 근데 이제 보면 한 99%는 다 제가 찾고자 하는 정보가 아닌 경우들이 많았잖아요. 그래서 그런 부분들이 지금 이제는 인터넷 검색으로 많이 해결이 됐고, 그 다음에 지금도 인터넷 검색을 해보면 제가 원치 않는 정보들도 많이 섞여서 나오잖아요. 근데 그 단계를 지금 챗GPT 같은 AI 모델들이 해결을 해주고 있는 거죠. 그러니까 과거에는 저희들이 정보를 수집을 한 다음에 이거를 잘 정리를 해서 내 지식화 해야 된다고 했다고 한다면 그 부분이 지금 다 사라진 거예요. 다 그냥 요약을 해서 그냥 지식 형태로 저한테 전달을 해주니까 정보를 수집하고 이거를 머릿속으로 정리하는 부분들을 다 이제 컴퓨터가 해주는 거죠. 원래 인간의 고유 영역이었다고 생각을 하는 거예요. 학생들 교육이나 아니면 연구하는 데 있어서도 이게 어떻게 풍경이 바뀔지 저도 잘 모르겠어요. 그러니까 과거에는 논문 많이 읽고 이거를 자기가 잘 소화를 해가지고 자기 것을 만들고 내 연구하고, 이게 말하자면은 좋은 연구하는 올바르게 공부하는 덕목이었는데, 이게 컴퓨터가 자동으로 해줘 버리니까 그러면은 대학원생이나 공부하는 학생들 입장에서는 앞으로 자기가 디벨롭 해야 될 덕목이 뭔지, 스킬이 뭔지, 어떤 소양을 길러야 되는지 굉장히 혼란의 시대가 온 것 같아요. 두 가지인 것 같아요. 걱정 반, 그다음에 기쁨 반인 것 같은데요. 그런 우려도 있긴 있지만 또 학생들 입장에서는 내가 뭔가 지식에 관련된 일을 작품, 프로젝트나 뭐든 지식에 관련된 일을 하고 싶을 때 종래에는 안 보였던 어떤 강력한 툴이 생긴 거거든요. 소통하는 데 있어서 이런 영어 이제 문법이 틀리거나 표현이 틀리거나 이런 것들이 이제 없어져 버리니까 얘기하고자 했던 그 아이디어에 더 충실하게 접근할 수 있는 것 같고, 근데 다만 저희 학생들한테 챗GPT를 툴로 쓰지 너의 공저자로 쓰지 말라라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 뭐 챗GPT에서 나오는 문장들을 가지고 논문을 쓰더라도 이 문장의 책임은 오로지 이제 본인한테 있는 거지 그거를 챗GPT한테 책임을 돌릴 수는 없다. 쉽게 말씀을 드리면 기억 용량에 한계가 있기 때문에 아무리 많은 것들을 보여줘도 자기가 외우거나 학습할 수 있는 그 한계가 있죠. 그래서 웬만큼 데이터를 더 많이 넣어줘도 어느 순간인가 이제 한계가 보이는데, 더 모델을 크게 하면 기억 용량이 더 많아지니까 더 세부적인 것들을 자기가 다 습득을 할 수 있는 거죠. 마치 반도체 집적률이 올라가듯이 모델도 지금 서로 경쟁 붙으면서 더 크게 만들고 있죠. 왜 더 초거대 AI를 개발을 하느냐? 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 주어진 일을 더 경제적으로 해결을 하자라는 게 아니라 몸집을 키우면 키울수록 작은 모델에서는 안 보였던 새로운 기능들이 보인다라는 거. 그래서 이제 마치 이제 증기기관차랑 비교를 하자면 증기기관차 몸집을 점점 더 키웠더니 갑자기 날기 시작하고 자율주행하고 걸어다니고 날아다니고 막 그런 새로운 기능들이 보인다라는 거죠. 그래서 그게 지금 이런 초거대 AI 모델 경쟁들을 밀어붙이는 가장 동기가 아닌가 저는 그렇게 생각합니다. 말하자면 AI가 과연 자아의식을 가질 거냐. 저희는 뭐 그 정도까지는 아니라고 생각을 해요. 자아의식을 갖고 스스로 뭔가 뭐 생명의 위협을 느껴가지고 뭐 터미네이터처럼 뭐 그러지는 않을 것 같은데, 사람의 통제를 벗어나는 그런 일들이 벗어날 것 같지는 않다. 뭐 무인 살상 로봇이라든지 인공위성 사진 보고 뭐 미사일 찾아낸다거나 뭐 이런 거는 그냥 지금도 많이 지금 사용이 되고 있는 걸로 알고 있고요. 이제 그거에서부터 더 한 단계 벗어나서 이제 살상까지 가게 되면 조금 골치 아픈 이슈인데, 그냥 이제 적군을 잘 표적해서 거기다 대고 총을 쏘게 되면 그게 살상하는 AI가 되는 거죠. 그래서 그거에 따른 이제 윤리적인 이슈들이 굉장히 많은 거죠. 최종적으로 책임지는 사람이 있어야 될 거 아니에요. AI가 책임져 줄 수는 없지 않습니까? 이제 최종적으로 이제 변호사든 누군가 이제 사람이 책임지는 사람은 있어야겠죠. 그러니까 스프레드시트, 엑셀 이게 이제 개발이 돼서 보급이 되면서 회계사들 일이 굉장히 줄어들었잖아요. 하지만 회계사라는 직업이 없어지거나 줄진 않았잖아요. 마찬가지로 이제 요구하고 공존하는 사람의 시대가 열리지 않을까. 챗GPT나 이런 것들 맡겨가지고 초안 만들어 놓고 그 다음에 그거를 이제 사람이 들여다보고 문구 수정하거나 다듬으면 되니까 생산성이 좋아지는 거죠, 한마디로. 답변을 이끌어내는 화두라고 보시면 돼요. 근데 그 프롬프트를 어떻게 던지냐에 따라서 돌아오는 답의 퀄리티가 굉장히 다르거든요. AI 엔지니어들 뭐 여러 가지 직군들이 앞으로 유명할 테지만 지금 떠오르고 있는 직군 중에 하나가 프롬프트 엔지니어. 그러니까 AI 모델에, 그러니까 회사에서 이런 초거대 언어 모델을 써가지고 뭔가 프로젝트나 뭔가 일을 하고 싶은데 프롬프트를 잘 던져야지 프로젝트에서 원하는 답을 끌어내는 AI를 만들어낼 수가 있거든요. 근데 이게 또 이제 약간 흑마술처럼 블랙매직이어가지고 이거를 잘하는 친구들을 또 엔지니어 직군으로도 뽑는다고 하더라고요.
오픈 AI가 개발한 인공지능 챗GPT는 전 세계에 AI 열풍을 불러왔습니다.
I think like the greatest golden age of human possibility, technological development, economic growth. It's like I think it's going to be quite fantastic.
세계 최초 인간과 로봇의 기자회견입니다. 의료용 로봇 그레이스에게 인간의 일자리를 빼앗는 거 아니냐고 물었습니다.
I will be working alongside humans to provide assistance and support, and will not be replacing any existing jobs.
그렇게 한 이유는 이 생태계를 좀 키우기 위한 거예요. 그래서 많은 분들이 써보고 더 많은 분들이 여기서 이제 가치를 느끼고 그렇게 해서 어떻게 보면 판이 좀 커져야 결국은 그게 저희들이 할 일도 늘어나고 우리가 인공지능을 만들잖아요. 그럼 이게 얼마나 좋은지 뭐 저한테 딱 맞는 건지 이런 걸 검사를 해봐야 되잖아요. 그래서 이제 그거를 검사하는 그런 대회라고 생각하시면 돼요. 인공지능은 지능이 있잖아요. 그래서 이게 약간 이제 비유가 적절한지는 모르겠지만 마치 IQ를 측정하듯이 어떤 시험 문제를 내고 이 시험 문제를 얼마나 잘 풀어. 이런 이제 4가지 종목을 가지고 뭐 시험을 보고 이제 랭킹을 매기는 거예요. 시험을 잘 풀어. 그러면 이제 1등 올라가는 거고 그런 걸 통해서 우리가 더 좋은 그 AI를 만들자. 그런 취지로 지금 이제 많은 회사에서 하고 있는 거고요. 어떤 의미에서는 약간 빌보드 차트 같은 그런 느낌일 거예요. 이게 글로벌에서 가장 유명한 빌보드 차트이고 우리가 1등 한 거예요. 한국에서 시작한 회사지만 이제 오픈 AI급의 세계적으로도 가장 뛰어난 인공지능을 만든 회사가 탄생했다. 뭐 그런 것들을 좀 이제 보였다라고 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 3가지 정도 서비스를 가지고 있는데 하나는 OCR 기술이라고 해서 우리가 왜 회사에 가면은 뭐 예를 들어서 뭐 명함 이런 걸 주면 제가 이걸 받으면은 이메일이나 이런 걸 또 타이핑하는 경우가 있잖아요. 그래서 이런 타이핑을 하지 않고 그냥 이미지만 넣으면 그게 안에 있는 글씨 같은 걸 자동으로 뽑아내는 기술 굉장히 많이 필요하거든요. 많은 곳에서 내가 영수증을 받아서 뭐 수작업을 한다든지 이런 걸 모두 없애줄 수 있는 OCR 기술을 하고 있고요. 또 하나는 그 우리가 추천 엔진이라고 뭐 하듯이 SBS 방송이나 뭐 이런 걸 보다 보면 좋은 방송이 나오면 이걸 봤으니까 다른 것도 보면 좋겠다라고 추천해주는 그런 AI 기술 그런 것들을 개발해서 지금 많은 회사들에서 사용하고 있어요. 그리고 마지막에 저희들이 하고 있는 이 생성형 AI 챗봇 같은 거죠 일종의 그런 엔진도 만들고 있고 많은 분들이 아마 써보셨을 것 같은데 에스컵이라고 카카오 안에서 대화를 할 수 있는 그 서비스가 있는데 3개월 만에 130만 명이 되어서 아마 국내에서는 가장 빠르게 성장하는 서비스를 하고 있습니다. 저는 사실 아직까지는 AI가 정말 성숙해 있냐라고 했을 때 조금 부족함이 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 저희들이 뭐 회사를 처음 만들면서 뭐 클루라는 걸 아예 데이터셋을 만들어서 아예 오픈하고 지금 뭐 저희들이 만든 모델도 이 오픈 모델로 지금 올려놔서 사람들이 다 써볼 수도 있거든요. 그렇게 한 이유는 이 생태계를 좀 키우기 위한 거예요. 그래서 많은 분들이 써보고 더 많은 분들이 여기서 이제 가치를 느끼고 그렇게 해서 어떻게 보면 판이 좀 커져야 결국은 그게 저희들이 할 일도 늘어나고 또 세상에 더 많이 AI를 쓰고 그런 길을 가는 데 있어서 오픈이 굉장히 좋다고 생각해요. 말씀 주신 것처럼 이 데이터가 사실은 이제 앞으로 굉장히 뭐 중요한 이슈이고 앞으로 이런 기술이 발전해 나갈 때 정말 데이터를 많이 갖고 있는 나라 또 이제 그게 문서화가 많이 되어 있는 나라가 정말 힘을 많이 발휘할 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 이제 이야기 들어보니까 뭐 독일 같은 이런 나라의 그 GPT 성능이 굉장히 뛰어난데 그 이유가 그런 데이터들이 굉장히 많아서 그렇다고 하더라고요. 그 반면에 한국은 어떤 의미에서는 지금 우리가 문서화되어 있는 데이터의 양 자체가
좀 많지가 않은 것 같아서 국가적으로도 좀 많은 고민이 좀 필요한 거고, 그래도 저희 회사도 사실은 그런 게 고민이에요. 아시겠지만 네이버나 카카오나 그렇게 이제 많은 사람들이 그 사용하는 서비스에는 그게 뭐 블로그 글이다, 카페다 해서 글도 많이 남아 있겠지만 그렇지 않은 쪽은 사실 이제 데이터가 그렇게 많지가 않죠. 그래서 저희들 같은 경우에는 자체적으로 데이터를 모으고 뭐 이런 것도 물론 하지만, 그래서 저희들은 이제 그런 회사랑 좋은 얼라이언스를 잘 맺어서 데이터를 확보하는 전략을 가지고 있고, 이게 어떤 의미에서는 내가 우리 회사 데이터만 쓸 거야 하는 것보다 이런 부분에도 오픈 바람이 불고 같이 해보면 구조가 된다면 사실 우리가 어떤 특정한 회사보다 데이터를 더 많이 이용할 수도 있고, 또 그리고 그 데이터를 통해서 나오는 수익이나 이익들을 그런 데이터를 갖고 계신 분들한테 쉐어링 되는 구조를 만들어낸다면 우리가 어떻게 보면 데이터 주도권을 더 가져갈 수도 있을 것 같은 생각이 들어요. 그래서 그런 방법으로 많이 고민하고 있고, 많은 업체들에서 지금 관심을 가지고 참여하고 계십니다. 저는 전문가는 아니지만 제가 그냥 생각하는 걸 그냥 말씀드려보면, 작가님이 쓴 글이 우리가 AI를 통해서 학습이 됐고 그것 때문에 AI가 똑똑해졌다. 그러면은 그 AI를 통해서 나오는 수익이나 어떤 이익들이 작가님들한테 갈 수 있는 구조가 저는 되어야 된다고 봐요, 장기적으로는. 그래서 그런 구조를 어떻게 만들 건가 하는 거는 좀 사회적으로 또 여러 가지로 협의를 해야 되는 부분이고, 시스템을 만들 때는 당연히 어떤 데이터가 어느 만큼 어떻게 사용되는지를 잘 트래킹할 수 있도록 구조를 만들어서 그렇게 서비스를 해야 된다고 저는 생각이 됩니다. 굉장히 어려운 질문 같아요. 제가 생각할 때는 이 AI가 약간 그런 것 같거든요. 이제 그 초거대 지능이 이제 출현한다고 이렇게 보시면 될 것 같아요. 모든 분야에 출현할 수 있죠. 예를 들면 금융 쪽으로 그냥 한번 예를 들어보면 초지능 금융이 나왔다. 그러면은 그걸 갖고 있는 사람과 그렇지 않은 사람과의 이제 게임, 나중에 이익의 분배, 부의 쏠림 이런 것들을 한번 생각해 보시면 엄청나게 큰 차이가 날 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 생각할 때는 뭐 금융뿐만 아니라 거의 모든 영역에서 초거대 지능으로 인해서, 초지능으로 인해서 어떤 쏠림 현상들이 나타날 거고, 그게 경제에 큰 영향을 좀 미치게 될 거라고 생각이 됩니다. 그래서 좀 쉽게 이야기를 해보면 그런 것들을 잘 이용하는 사람은 어떻게 보면 그런 거에 굉장히 많은 혜택을 누릴 수 있고, 그렇지 못한 사람은 굉장히 지금보다 더 힘든 어떤 그 시간을 보낼 수도 있다는 그런 좀 생각이 들어요. 우리 한국 사회 안에서 뭐 이걸 좀 잘 쓰는 사람은 훨씬 더 빨리 나가고, 그렇지 못한 사람은 좀 뒤로 처지고, 이런 것뿐만 아니라 저는 국가 대 국가, 회사 대 회사도 그런 쏠림이 나타날 것 같아요. 더 좋은 기술을 우리가 먼저 취득할 수 있도록 더 많은 투자와 또 관심이 많이 필요할 것 같습니다. 그런 관점에서 정말 우리도 뭐 잡스나 뭐 또 샘 알트만이나 뭐 심지어 앨런 같은 그런 스타들을 키울 수 있는 좀 그 분위기가 좀 조성되면 좋을 것 같아요. 약간 좀 튀는 친구들이 있거나 뭐 좀 굉장히 독특한 친구들, 그런 친구들을 더 돋보이게, 더 앞으로 나갈 수 있도록 좀 뭔가 지원도 해주고 더 달리게 하는, 이렇게 해서 정말 그 세계에서 우뚝 설 수 있는 뭐 그런 문화가 좀 되면 좋을 것 같아요. 우선 막 굉장히 많이 혼란스러우시겠죠. 왜냐면 막 새로운 기술도 나온다고 하지, 심지어 얘가 어떤 부분에서는 나보다 더 똑똑하기도 하다고 하지, 혼란스럽겠지만 저는 뭐 결론적으로 말씀드리면 전혀 걱정하실 필요가 없을 것 같아요. 우리 인류는 아시겠지만 어려운 일이 있을 때마다 항상 그 방법을 찾아냈고, 아마 여러분들도 다 그런 방법을 찾으실 것 같아요. 그런데 제가 개인 생각으로 몇 가지 걸 좀 말씀드려보면, 우선은 여러분들이 하려고 하는 일, 또 하시는 일들이 이게 반복적인 일인가, 내가 예를 들어서 어제 한 일, 그리고 뭐 내가 1년 있다가 하는 일이 거의 똑같은 일인가 아닌가를 한번 살펴보면 좋을 것 같아요. 만약에 똑같은 일이라고 하면 그게 아마 기계나 또 AI로 대체될 확률이 굉장히 많이 있을 것 같아요. 두 번째는 요즘 이제 인공지능이나 챗GPT가 결국 지향하는 바는 뭐냐면 쉽게 사용할 수 있도록 되는 거거든요, 스스로가. 그렇다 보니까 옛날보다 컴퓨터도 그렇고 AI도 그렇고 많이 쉬워졌어요. 그래서 이런 기술이 나오면은 이거에 대해서 뭐 이게 이렇게 하지 말고 오히려 더 적극적으로 가서 끌어안고 써보고 이용해보고, 그렇게 하면 여러분들이 아마 굉장히 좋은 길을 찾으실 겁니다.
네, 여러분 잘 쉬셨나요?
Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. We are going to resume the third and final part of SDF 2023, Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI, celebrating the 33rd anniversary of SBS. We will take a look at the world of creators that is being shaken up by AI. In particular, we will take a look at the rapidly growing AI voice technology. Ideas that were only in the imagination of creators are now realized as content that can actually be seen and heard through technologies. How are these cutting-edge technologies empowering creators and facilitating innovation? The speaker explains the phenomenon using the term creator economy. Many have been waiting for this presentation. We will bring the speaker to the stage. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Lee Kyo-gu with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 저는
Good
방금 소개받은
afternoon.
슈퍼톤의
I am Lee Kyo-gu, co-founder and CEO of Supertone.
지금부터 여러분들과 함께
I'd like to take you on a journey with me to explore the innovations and the new frontiers that AI voice technology will bring to the creative economy. If everyone's ready, let's get started. Before we begin our journey, let's talk about what we mean by creative work. Throughout the human history, and we can see why we work on creative work. We've been exposed to many different kinds of creative works, from the arts that have been close to us, such as literature, painting, sculpture, and music, to the more practical genres such as architecture, crafts, and fashion design, to the technical works such as films, videos, and the multimedia. They have been around us for a long time. Despite their very different forms and methods of creation, they all have things in common. They require creativity, technical proficiency, and expression. The people who possess these abilities, that may be innate or cultivated through years of training and practice, we call them the creators or the artists. They seek to work on their arts and the creative works to communicate with others, evoke emotion and inspiration, provoke thought, and convey beauty to their audiences through their creations. This desire to create, coupled with the development of creative environments to produce their work, the invention of broadcast technology and the internet to reach a wider audience, gave birth to a huge creative industry. So what is the creator economy? Before explaining this, we need to look at the stakeholders of the traditional creative industries. Traditional content industries such as publishing, films, music are made up of a variety of intermediaries who are responsible for creating and distributing and publishing content, as well as signing contracts with artists, actors, directors, and the writers would have been working with each other through their respective agencies. In this way, the traditional content market has a finely divided value chain, including planning, staffing, production, distribution, and monetization. and professional organizations that specialize in each area are all involved. However, in the creator economy, there's a very big difference with the traditional art because the creation, distribution, and monetization of a content can be handled by individual creators alone. And the YouTuber and YouTube creators are a prime example. So now many children want to be as a YouTube creators and they have a dream of becoming ones. They come up with an idea, hire actors, shoot it on their smartphone, and edit the content and upload it to the video sharing platform like YouTube. Then they can make money when their audiences see it. It can be advertisement revenue or the rewards directly given by the fans. In this process, no intermediary is involved and no intermediary is necessary. And digital platforms like YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and Substack play a huge role in the creative economy. With a single click, they have created a marketplace where you can reach billions of viewers around the world. So I mentioned earlier that the internet and digital platforms had a huge impact on the development of the creative economy. And the internet is the backbone of the creative economy. We cannot overlook the impact of technological advancements like mobile devices and content creation and editing software. But if we look back in time, there are many examples of how technology affected creators a long time ago. When cameras were first introduced, painters feared that they would no longer be needed, but instead, artists sought out more diverse and creative ways to paint, and a new genre of art was born, photography. Recording technology, starting with Edison's phonograph, transformed music from an audio-visual art to an auditory one. And now, so we can select out of the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of songs online. And so long time ago, many forecast that we can use music as utility or tap water. Now the young people do not listen to music through the physical contact with device or with other people. This guitar is a rudimentary version of electric guitar. And without the invention of the electric guitar, we wouldn't have had the masters like Jimi Hendrix. And there's another invention, the invention of the synthesizer, with its portability and ability to produce diverse sounds from a single device, allowed artists like Kraftwerk and Daft Punk to experience sounds that had never been heard before and pioneered a new genre of electronic music. Advances in technology have often inspired new artists, helping to advance and evolve the art form. In the same context, so we can think about another trend and evolution. There's another technology that emerged recently but has a far greater impact than any other technology. It is artificial intelligence. As I mentioned earlier, in the creative economy, anyone can be a creator. But it takes creativity, expression, and technical proficiency to be a creative artist, and it takes years of specialized training and practice to acquire those skills, and you need a master or the excellent teacher. However, the AI technologies, especially generative AI, can dramatically reduce the training time, making possible for anyone with a creative idea to create things, so even a fairly good outcome. So it can make things that were previously only possible in the imagination a reality. On the following slides, I'm going to show you examples of how Supertone's AI voice technology has revolutionized the content industry. The first video I'm going to show you is the Midnight, the working process. Midnight released as a single in 6 languages for the first time, including the Korean, English, and Vietnam, and other languages. The artist called Midnight wanted to communicate with his fans and build a strong bonding. And with the help of our technology and excellent producers, we came up with a good the single as a result.
아티스트가 노래를 부를 때는
When
곡에
an
담긴
artist sings a song, it includes the meaning of the song and the message of the lyrics, which is captured through their vocalization and expression. For global fans, even if they love the original song, any poor pronunciation can break the immersive experience. So we suggested that we could use the voice technology that corrects the artist's pronunciation with compromising the musical expression of the original song. And Supertone developed the technology. It's difficult for artists to sing freely in many languages, but with a little help from technology, you can create songs in multiple languages. Technology allowed us to share my song with a global audience, and they can hear it in a language they are familiar with. I think technology is a useful solution that can expand an artist's reach in many ways. In the next video, an actor is reminiscing about his youth, and we used de-aging technology. So you can use smartphone applications to de-age your face. But for the first time in the world, we introduced the voice de-aging to make the scene more realistic.
내가 안 들어가면 내 여권 말소시키겠다 뭐 그런 거예요? 내가 안 들어가면 내 여권 말소시키겠다 뭐 그런 거예요?
최민 선배님의
We used
지금
deep
현재
learning on a
목소리와
computer to transform Mr. Choi Min-sik, the actor's current and past voices, into the voice he had when he was younger. The process is called artificial intelligence audio voice synthesis technology. By harnessing AI, we can create the voices of various characters in a much more creative manner, and we can even make the actors sound younger or older, like in the case of drama Casino.
어떤 새끼야 그래 누가 그래? 어떤 새끼야 그래 누가 그래?
제가 작업하면서 이제 가장 기억에 남았던
The most memorable scene that I've worked on is when Mr. Choi Min-sik called the young actor the old brother.
최민식 배우님 목소리를 서울에
I particularly remember this scene, and we thought that we can use his younger voice from the Moon in Seoul drama. This summer, The Masked Girl was released on the Netflix, and it was a popular show, and the original work of The Masked Girl was a webtoon. And the webtoon is a very free form of creative content. However, it is hard to turn it into a realistic scene in the form of a drama. It reduces the room for freedom. And so plastic surgery is used to transform someone's appearance, and the voice had to change as well. So the director's imagination. So met with our technology, So we morphed and combined the voices and performances of the two actresses. And this is the voice design technology of a supertone. It allows us to design an infinite number of unique voices by adjusting gender and the age properties. So it is possible to create all different sorts of voices.
Supertone innovates the content production landscape through state-of-the-art AI technology. Supertone innovates the content production landscape through state-of-the-art AI technology. Supertone innovates the content production landscape through state-of-the-art AI technology.
네. 자, 새로운 소리를 만드는 것은 근데 인간의 목소리.
Creating new sounds is not limited to the human voice. In the next video, you will see it. It is also possible to design a completely new concept of a talking instruments and the voice of playing the music, and we can create the voice of animals. So as you see, so from this example, then you can hear there is a combination of a musical instrument and the human voice. So we came up with a completely new concept of voice.
저희가 지금 보여드린 거는 저희가 가지고 있는 상상력, 제한된 상상력에서 만든
So we started our imagination to morph the musical instruments and the human voice, and we have great expectations what would happen. Creative artists will use our voice technology. So this AI voice technology lowers the barrier to entry for creativity, enable anyone with an idea to produce interesting and polished content. As you have seen, so in the video example, so you can deliver your thoughts in multiple languages, and it can create a strong bonding with the fans, and it is possible to create a totally new voices that weren't possible without traditional technology. With a traditional technology, this phenomenon drives demand for new type of work and workers, resulting in a growing creative economy. Technology and creativity are not contrasting concepts. The combination of technology and creativity will lead to a new type of content creation. So when these two are combined, AI can become more than just an authoring tool. It will democratize the content creation, and it will become a creative partner with artists. It can be said that the only limitation is a human imagination and creativity, because anything is possible with AI technology. Supertone's AI voice technology is not just about content production, but also about diversity, inclusion, and innovation. We are now working on an album with a singer who was unable to sing anymore due to an unfortunate accident. And technology can also level the playing field for minorities and marginalized groups, allowing them to create the content on day one. And we are also working with autistic the youth to create the content. Through innovation called multilingual speech synthesis technology, so we can reach anyone across the language barriers. Nevertheless, as with any technology, we are deeply aware of the various side effects and abuses that new technology can bring, such as voice cloning and deepfakes and bias. To prevent this situation, we are making sure that there are ethical guidelines and technical safeguards. We are also actively working on the legal and institutional arrangements through constant communication and exchanges with relevant industries and policymakers. Historically, we have seen technology innovations have a profound impact on society and the economy as a whole, not just in specific industries. This was the case in the first through third industrial revolutions, and it is hard to deny that AI technology is at the center of the latest upheaval, arguably the fourth industrial revolution. When we look back, these massive trends were irresistible. Not only that, we will continue to see social and economic upheavals triggered by these technologies. Should we sit on the sidelines or actively participate in this chance and lead the transformation? The choice is in our hands. So we've seen a number of examples of how AI voice technology can play a role in the new stage of the creator economy. To summarize, there's a potential for the AI to be a partner of creators, so helping creators lower the barriers to entry, push the boundaries of their creative imagination, and reach a wider audience. As I mentioned earlier, we will embrace the future, and I hope that you will join us. But we need to take responsibility because it may have side effects and negative consequences. So hope that you'll be responsible for what you do with the creative economy. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 글로벌 경제 발전의 새로운 문을
Thank you
여는
for the presentation. Mr. Lee Kyo-gu shared his insights on the creator economy that opens a new door to global economic development. The advance of AI heralds a major transformation in the media industry. So, in what direction is journalism evolving in the AI era? What kind of a story will be created when AI and journalism meet? A reporter for SBS Digital News Production, Bae Yeon, is the next speaker.
네, 반갑습니다. 저는
Nice
SBS
to
배우은
see all
기자입니다.
of you. I am SBS reporter Bae Yeon. Although I said I am a reporter, one thing that makes me different from the reporters you'd generally expect is my source. Reporters often obtain information from or ask questions to human sources. My sources are data, not people. In other words, I ask questions to data, seeking for answers, and this can be called data journalism. Through public institutions or information disclosure requests, I obtain data such as Excel data to go through refining, analysis, and visualization, and write an article based on the analysis. For example, I analyze the asset data of high-ranking public officials or use data to prove if government policies are effective. Data journalism has had a significant impact on news coverage in Korea. But what I want to specifically talk about today is not data journalism. What I like to introduce today is a service that is attempted for the first time in the Korean media, where AI directly summarizes politicians' issues, which is called Police Score. When I was preparing this presentation, Congressman Ha Tae-kyung was attracting attention. When I asked ChatGPT to tell me about next year's general election, specifically about the congressman, the AI smartly summarized information. I want to introduce about PoliScore, which was born when AI met journalism. Data, the source of data journalism, is also the main material for AI. AI learns data and becomes intelligent like humans. When there was lack of data, in the past, it was a challenging environment for the AI to be born. But these days, central and local governments and various private sector sources are pouring out massive amount of data. As a journalist who deals with data, my interest naturally expands into machine learning and AI, which are closely related to data. For example, I used machine learning to classify the political tendencies of comments on Naver to write an article, and I think this was the first attempt in the Korean media. What drew my attention earlier this year was that Bloomberg's own large language model, LLM, was used to develop GPT. The fact that Bloomberg developed its own GPT means that the massive data training on LLM was enabled by the data owned by Bloomberg. This is extraordinary. Let me explain by quoting the head of machine learning, products, and research at Bloomberg, Gideon Mann. He said, the quantity of machine learning, quality of machine learning, and natural language processing model is determined by the data that is fed into the model. And thanks to the financial data that Bloomberg collected over 40 years, data sets were created to train the financial language model. There was good quality data internally available, which made it possible. So a question arose in me, can we do this? So in the spring, I decided to try incorporating AI into journalism. If Bloomberg can do it, why can't we? That's what I thought. There was news that shook the world this year, and I'm sure some of you have had a chance to try it. GPT, introduced by OpenAI, set its foot in Korea, and many people were amazed. Even an analyst I know started to worry, saying, I'm going to lose my job. The response was understandable because when I asked GPT, it did complicated analysis in just a few seconds. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer and refers to the LLM created by OpenAI, an American AI organization. Let me give you an example of analysis of public officials' assets that I mentioned earlier. I had to manually enter the data and write the code line by line, and I made some mistakes because I'm a human. But if you casually request a GPT as if you are talking to a friend, the figures that I calculated for the official news are produced just in a few seconds. I created DB with the asset data of public officials in the local council and upload the DB file to GPT-4, and I tell GPT-4 what analysis I want. I asked it to calculate the value of land owned by each public official and then show the 10 people in the order of the land value. All I did was asking. It may seem a simple analysis, but if I need to do manual work, I need to create a pivot table or write a code using a programming language. However, GPT understands what I want. It understands the human language and gives me an answer. My team is called 마보작침. So while I was at it, I asked it to tell me about the team I belong to, 마보작침. It took only a few seconds to sum it up more briefly than I can explain. To my shame, the AI's summary is easier to understand than what I can introduce myself. And it seems to know about my team better than me, to my embarrassment. I have worked with Kang Tae-young, CEO of Underscore, on data for a long time. The idea I came up with him was to create an AI that could summarize politicians' issues. What ChatGPT excels at is summarizing based on AI, so why not take advantage of it? Countless articles about politicians are released every day. Even at this moment, a single politician can have a number of news topics. Even for those who are interested in politics, it is not easy to digest all information about all politicians. However, if you look closely at the articles about politicians that are released every day, there is not much difference in terms of content. Since the events that occurred are the same, the articles are bound to be similar. Of course, if reporters make more effort to supplement the content, the articles would have higher added value. If there are many repetitive articles and if AI can learn text, it means that GPT model like Bloomberg's is applicable. They say a successful AI requires training with quality data, and the data I collected was press releases. There would be little chance that the facts in them are wrong. Even if there is an article with incorrect content, it can be technically filtered out during the analysis, producing quality materials. If we fine-tune this so that ChatGPT can learn it, a new GPT will be born. That's what we expected, but I was missing one thing. Let me give you an example. I asked ChatGPT about the biography of Oseun, the mayor of Seoul City. It produces mayor's biography, which seems plausible. But if you look at closely, born in 1959, law department at the Seoul National University, dialogue for public sentiment, rally. It summarized it as if it were true, but if you look closely, there are so many inaccurate information, and this is called hallucination, and this is a false report in the world of media. The biggest reason why hallucination occurs is that ChatGPT was trained only with information until September 2021. LLM basically aims to answer questions unless web search is linked in real time, providing answers based only on trained OpenAI data is an inherent limitation. Use of generative AI like GPT in the media is often considered premature because of hallucination. To the question, can AI replace journalists, which has been discussed a lot recently, many people answered no for the same reason. Given the nature of the media, which values facts the most, GPT's hallucination is like a landmine. For example, if my company uses GPT to release a service saying ask anything on the company website, there would be a serious backlash. Then, can't the media use AI forever? Should it give up because of hallucination? I tried to come up with a solution. Wouldn't it be okay if we do not use OpenAI's training data for ChatGPT, which is considered the source of hallucination, that is the data up to September 2021? Instead of OpenAI's training data, if we feed the high-quality DB we collected in advance so that GPT can refer to it, would the generative AI's hallucination be prevented? In other words, why not help GPT to be trained with more accurate and high-quality data? But this technology already exists. It is called Retrieval Augmented Generation, RAG, which enables LLM to refer to the news related to the question to provide an answer. The answer would be about the latest political news. To make it easier to understand, let me use an example. I asked the GPT-4 to tell me what kind of person I am. Since I'm not a celebrity, it says it does not know about me. But if I add the description about me from the SDF website, how would its answer be different from the previous one? This is the Retrieval Augmented Generation, RAG technology. To put it simply, it means attaching information relevant to a question so that GPT can refer to it. In other words, if a user provides information about the question every time he or she asks about an individual politician's issues, GPT can provide a summary using only the information information that the user passed without distortion. We have been planning PolyChat since March, and we try to figure out how to avoid hallucination. And fortunately, there has been no hallucination since its release. PolyScore can answer politicians' latest issues smarter than anyone else, but there are still many challenges to overcome. The mechanism of PolyScore chat is this. We collect news for each politician and store them along with queries in the GPT database. Based on the analysis method we internally developed, we classify news and issues of each politician. When a user asks a question, data and materials related to the question are searched within the previous built TB. For example, for the question, what is A's political issue? The GPT refers to materials related to A. When GPT summarizes the prepared data using AI to provide an answer, the logic is completed. What if users ask questions irrelevant with politicians, such as, what's the weather like today? When the query is unrelated to actual news, the PolyChat model says it cannot answer the query unrelated to political issues. Now let's look more closely at PolyScore. PolyScore is a news service that we launched on the 17th of last month. You can find it on SBS Premium, SBS News subscription program. PolyScore consists of 3 parts. It statistically analyzes results of public opinion polls, and by analyzing the text of comments to news, which are an indicator of public opinion, it shows how many comments are made for each politician and how many malicious comments are there. Among those functions, what I am explaining to you is GPT-based PolyChat that summarizes politicians' issues in terms of hallucination prevention, accurate politician classification, and summarizing. Why don't you take a look at how well PolyChat performs? Let's ask it to summarize the latest issues of a politician. Recently, Lee Jun-seok, former representative of the People Power Party, has been talked about a lot. So I asked PolyChat to tell me about the recent issues about Lee Jun-seok. It looks like an actual article, but the key point is that we did not write the sentences, but AI summarized the data into the sentences. The content that ChatGPT can refer to is based on our analysis data, but AI excels at summarizing. We could see that the summary performance of GPT 3.5 was definitely lower than GPT-4. Since we are using GPT-4, the sentences are much clearer. PolyScore updates issues of the 33 politicians we selected on a daily basis. You may not know what questions to ask, so we prepared a list of questions you can refer to. And if you click the button, tell me about latest issues about A, you can check the results for that politician. If there's anything else you want to ask, you can ask it in the question window. So please feel free to try it. And we are using paid GPT for service covering the cost. That is why the number of questions asked is limited to 6 per day. So please feel free to try it after today's presentation. I often get this question, can AI replace journalists? My answer is no. Instead, I think that among the many ways to perform journalism, there are many things that AI can do other than covering the news. Let's think about what journalism is. Journalism is at the heart of the news-making process, and our final product is news. It literally delivers news to the public, and accuracy is required. Information and news is produced through human sources. But can AI dig up information through human sources and confirm facts? I doubt it. Recording what happens and covering facts for reporting seems to still stay in a human domain. And by the way, I think journalism is more than news coverage. What I want to emphasize is, rather than thinking about what journalism should do amid the rise of the AI, we have to focus our question on how we can leverage AI for the media. Thank you so much.
네, SDF 2023 AI 시대 다시 쓰는 경제
You are
패러다임
joining
함께 하고
SDF
계십니다.
2023 Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. We'll listen to Peya Un, a reporter at SBS Digital News Production Division, who is opening up a new world of journalism. And the last two sessions remain, and the last two sessions will be broadcast live on SBS TV. They will start exactly at 4 p.m. and we are preparing to connect to the broadcast stream now. So please stay in the forum venue for a few minutes. We've got a great lineup of speakers. We'll be right back.
네, SBS 창사 33주년 특집 SBS D 포럼 AI 시대 다시 쓰는 경제
paradigm in the
패러다임.
age of AI, celebrating the 33rd anniversary of SBS. Amid unprecedented changes, many people looking for a new path in the AI era joined us here at the Dongdaemun Design Plaza from early in the morning. In the morning, Senior Director of AI Research Anand Kumar at NVIDIA and EVP and Head of Advanced Package Business Kang Mun-soo from Samsung Electronics delivered keynote speeches, and global industry leaders such as Chief of LG AI Research Baek Young-won and Upstage CEO Kim Sung-won laid out a future industry map and continued in-depth discussions. Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol had a special talk with SBS D Forum to introduce what he envisions about Korea's economy in the AI era. SBS Foundation and the Insights for Future Strategy of the National University made policy response, to which the Minister of Economy and Finance Chu Kyung-ho responded. Renowned speakers from Korea and abroad are joining the SDF 2023. Now, shall we move on to the next session? Robots, which often appeared in science fiction and movies, have now become a part of our lives. From service robots that improve the quality of life to industrial robots that assist in dangerous and difficult work, there are various kinds of robots. The next speaker claims that robots must play a key role in solving the vulnerabilities of this era, and that it is robots' responsibility. Please welcome Kong Kyung-chul, a robotics engineer and CEO of Angel Robotics, to the stage to hear more details. Please send him a big round of applause.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. Finally, it's robots. Today, so we've been talking about AI from many of the speakers. I think this is a volume of experts, or we are not sure so what change it can bring about in our everyday life. That's why I came up with robotics. I am researching wearable robotics and KAIS, and also a CEO of Angel Robotics, a company that wants to change the world with wearable robots. I am Kong Kyung-chul. There are a lot of people who think of Iron Man when they hear the words wearable robots. For wearable robot developers like me, Iron Man is a really important character, but sometimes I think it's unfair. It indulges too much in fantasy, because there maybe is a wrong imagination. And I now sometimes putting on a robot in the public talks, and I get asked, if I put on a robot, can I fly? Wearable robotics has been an important part of robotics long before Iron Man, and they received attention more than a decade before humanoid robots. The first wearable robot in history was, as you see in the left side picture, the Hardyman, developed by General Electric in 1965. As you see in the left-hand side, you can see the giant steel claws, and this black and white photo tells us it was a long time ago. In the late 2010s, people began to hold international competitions for wearables robots, and the processor made a lot of progress, and the robotics has emerged as an important sector. And so wearable robots made a lot of progress in the late 2010, and international contests and the competitions were held with a theme of wearable robots, and commercial products began to appear one by one. And when there's international contest, which country becomes the usual leader in the contest? I think this is a competition about robotics, and I'm going to give you the answer shortly. From last year, so the wearable robots, especially for the gait rehabilitation, was formally recognized as an official medical technology and included in the coverage of the National Health Insurance Service. And I've given you a brief introduction to the history of wearable robots, and I wonder if you can relate to why we need this technology. So what do you think about when you hear the word future? So what keywords come to your mind? They will include global warming, declining birth rates, and aging population. And there are many technologies being researched to prepare for the elderly. There are a lot of technologies to artificially replace various aging organs such as cognitive, sensory, and joint functions. AI and artificial joints and artificial eyes, etc. are these man-made replacements. However, have you heard the word artificial muscles? Actually, artificial muscles have been researched by many for a long time, but no good solution has been developed yet. However, since many of the diseases of the elderly start with a decrease in walking function and the lack of physical activity, the most obvious, or perhaps the only alternative to prepare for muscle weakness, will be wearable robots. Therefore, wearable robots are one of the key words to face the aging society. In addition to aging society, there are many other reasons why we need wearable robotics. The number of patients with gait disorder in Korea has been steadily going up until the onset of the pandemic. And if you look at the number of stroke patients, it is increasing by 3% every year. It may mean that these illnesses have become more common, but it may suggest that people are more sensitive to their health than before. So the potential illnesses that were not caught before have become visible. Moreover, the number of children born with physical disabilities decreased, but the trend began to change in 2016 when it began to see an increase. Wearable robots have an important social function in that they can help people who have lost the ability to walk to assist with physical functions so that they can continue to be active members of our society. So it has a calling, social calling of the need. So what is the ultimate goal of wearable robots? Is it to save the planet from aliens like Iron Man? Wearable robots are being studied to recreate human capabilities with technology. Therefore, the goal of technology development also depends on the stage of human capabilities. First, we aim to restore normal human capabilities. The social calling of wearable robots I mentioned earlier falls into this category, mainly with keywords such as walking rehabilitation and disability assistance. Maintaining a healthy state after recovery is also an important goal, so customized healthcare devices will be the future. Next, there is a goal of staying stronger and more active for a longer time. The wearable robot will allow us to carry heavier loads in industrial workplaces and help female caregivers take care of patients with heavier weights. Finally, there is a goal of going beyond human capabilities to unimaginable levels like Iron Man. So actually many countries, including Korea, the US, and Russia, are working on projects to create the super soldiers. I am very much against the idea of using wearable robots to attack others, but I also feel a great sense of a mission that we need to protect our people in a potential war. Companies around the world are working hard to change the world with wearable robots with the 4 goals in mind. Then, if we list the market characteristics here in 3 distinct phases, we end up having a total of 12 different market segments. On the left bottom, you can see an assistive device by using wearable robots, and we can use it as an extreme leisure device. So different types of wearable robots are going to transform our everyday life. Many companies around the world see potential of wearable robots in their market and are working hard to develop technologies and products. Korean companies are particularly active, and Korea is a manufacturing powerhouse and robotics powerhouse. So Korea is making a big splash in the wearable robotics field. In particular, most of Korea's large corporations have selected the robot industry as their core business for the future. Now, I'd like to introduce you to the technologies that our research team has completed and released to the world one by one. As I mentioned earlier, wearable robots can take many different forms, and the first one that my research team developed is a medical device. After a long period of research and development, so we came up with a medical assisted robot, so named Angelix Medical M20. Last year, Angelix Medical M20 was certified as a medical device covered by health insurance. It is now officially recognized as a rehabilitation technology. Even before Angelix Medical M20, there were robots that you could put on. There were also rehabilitation robots that repeated the walking motion on a treadmill. In Korea, so that kind of wearable robots have been introduced in many occasions. And then, so what technology do we have? And technically, there are a lot of achievements that we made, but put it simply, we made sure that the user wearing it becomes a protagonist rather than the robots. In the past, the robots used to take the lead. And even though the person was wearing the robot, they had to follow the robot's motions. As a result, users felt physically constrained, and ironically, they lost the muscle strength due to a lack of a muscle practice. So now I'm putting a wearable robot, and it is very comfortable actually. It may sound so obvious when I say this, but it was a very challenging technical problem. Unlike other existing robots, Angelix Medical M20 enables the person walk on their own by supplementing their lack of strength. So in the process, there is a high level of patient participation. Since it's a device for rehabilitation, it is very important to motivate people to move. In addition to physical assistance, there's another important function which is very closely related to AI. It acquires a lot of information from the body. So wearable robots are not only assistive devices, but also some measurement and monitoring devices. It's just one example of the endless possibilities. So the robots do not constrain the movements of a patient, and actually that it gives a lot of motivation and energy for patients to move and train how to move. And so its role is just assistive. And the robot's data will be the patient's data because they move on their own will. If it's a medical device for treatment, the final goal would be to help patients to no longer need a wearable robot after therapy. So rehabilitation outcome is very important. There are already wearable robots in most rehabilitation centers around the country, so there are already so many people who have experienced the effect of rehabilitation, but I'm going to show you two examples. In this example, you're watching a 15-year-old girl that she was born with a cerebral palsy and has been in rehabilitation for a very long time. The left side video is after getting conventional therapy, and the right-hand side is after she got trained with a wearable robot. And you can see the red pillar, it's a body weight support system. It is an assistive device used to support the body weight. And if you look closely, it was a bit difficult for her to move her legs on her own without a therapist pushing her. Then she underwent therapy for about 8 weeks with Angelec's Medical M20. After rehabilitation therapy with the robot, her walking function improved to the point where she could lift and move her legs by herself. As you can notice, she no longer uses the body weight support device. She still uses a walking aid, but she's able to walk around on her own. Her mother was so happy, and it was probably the most rewarding moment since I started researching wearable robots.
The person in the video is a 75-year-old man suffering from Parkinson's disease. His small shuffling steps, which is one of the symptoms of Parkinson's disease, made it hard for him to walk steadily. You may wonder what a big problem short gait is, but in fact, the gait stability is very poor. He can easily fall while walking on flat ground, and it is even more challenging to walk on uneven ground. These symptoms are not necessarily due to muscle weakness. It is also a problem of brain function, and there are no clear solutions to alleviate these symptoms. He went through 2 months of rehabilitation wearing our robot, and as you can see on the right, his gait has become much more stable. He is stably controlling each step, as you can see. Then, what types of wearable robots are there other than rehabilitation purposes? Walk-on suit assists disabled people with paraplegia as a wearable robot designed to assist their daily walking. The walk-on suit boasts the fastest walking speed among robots with the same purpose: to easily lift paralytics and move them at high speeds. An actuator that can exert a very strong force was developed. If a lower body is paralyzed, not only is it difficult to move, one can't even feel the legs. If that is the case, the precision of a robot's movement is more critical than you can even imagine. In the second International Cyborg Olympics and Cybathlon held in 2020, the technologies of the walk-on suit were demonstrated. About 20 teams from 15 countries participated, and Korean representatives Kim Byung-wook and Lee Ju-yeon, who wore walk-on suits, won gold and bronze medals respectively. Cybathlon is a competition where paralytics wear robots to perform missions such as walking on the flat ground, going up and down stairs, walking on ramps or rough terrain, and passing through narrow paths.
From Angel Robotics, one to get the action underway. And look at the motivation from the team. Listen to them pushing more. Ready and Hamey. Now, can Angel Robotics make it a 1-2, or can Switzerland stop the clean sweep from South Korea? Holds the focus, and there it is. 100 points, perfect score.
네, 이렇게 저희가 세계 1등을 차지하게 됐습니다.
We won the first place in the world. It showcased Korea's technological prowess to the world, and it was a very rewarding moment. When it comes to cutting-edge assistive technology that overcomes obstacles and helps the elderly and the handicapped, which country comes to your mind? Many may think of Japan or the US. In fact, when the first Cybathlon was held in 2016, even Korean media did not pay attention to us. However, the atmosphere changed after the preliminary match when we revealed our technology. At that time, we won the bronze medal. Then in 2020, we won the first place. For the Angel X Medical M20 that I showed you earlier, Korea is the only country where wearable robots are publicly recognized and distributed to so many hospitals. But many people still ask, how much is Korea catching up with advanced countries? To my surprise, my answer would be 120%. That would be my honest answer. I explained earlier that wearable robots can be used for a variety of purposes. Our wearable robot technologies are not limited to patients or the disabled. Angel XL20 in industrial sites helps the workers who need to lift or carry heavy objects. It was created primarily to protect workers' lumbar joints. For the long-term use in industrial sites, it was developed as a non-powered type without motors and batteries. Many wonder how it can assist physical movements without power. But, in fact, much of human body movement is enabled by gravity. So, if you properly adjust the central point where gravity acts, it has the effect of assisting and protecting the human body. In addition to the lumbar joints, we are developing and commercializing technologies to protect various body parts, such as shoulders and hips. The Angel XL20 was created at the request of Korea's Parcel Service Company to protect its delivery workers. Other companies also made many similar requests. As you can see on the screen, the shoulder assist device is mainly made to assist in tasks that require lifting heavy objects to shoulder height, and in some work sites it is necessary to use both arms and waist, so the robot can assist arms and waist at the same time. Imagine you enter an industrial site. You'd be wearing a hard hat and safety shoes. If a heavy object falls on your head, the hard hat may save your life. How often do you think there are those safety accidents? The hard hat may protect your life, but more people than you can imagine have their back, hip, or shoulder joints injured. Even the workers who do not suffer from serious injuries, many of them perform physically demanding jobs constantly. But in the current industrial settings, only the head and feet are protected with gear. It seems that workers are still reluctant to use robotics, perceiving the technology as somewhat cumbersome, and managers are reluctant to use them because of costs. The wearable robots that you could see at the demonstration site are the Angel Suit series that can be worn in daily life. Since everyone has different reasons for using a wearable robot, those robots are modularized, and they are much lighter and easier to use than other wearable robots. Also, the AI Health Guardian performs monitoring to ensure that only the required amount of assistance is provided without unnecessary assistance. One of my students is running around wearing a robot. Robots will help so many people to overcome their physical limitations that will be part of our culture. I expect robots will be also adopted by fashion design to provide physical assistance and also express wearers' emotions. Wearable robot technologies are being developed to recreate human capabilities. For everyone here to continue an active life without worries about their physical limitations, we will make our utmost effort.
네. SBS 창사 33주년 특집 SDF 2023 AI 시대
33rd Anniversary Special, SDF 2023, Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. We are now approaching the final session, as AI has emerged as one of the most powerful technologies that will change the human civilization, longing for a new world, and with the fear of the future. In this time of greater uncertainty, a tech realist who predicts the next world with a very real insights is preparing to deliver the closing talk.
If you have any questions during presentation, please send them to the SDF KakaoTalk channel. We will deliver those questions during the talk with the speaker that follows the presentation, the last speaker of SDF 2023, which is presenting a new path in the changing technological environment is coming up. Please welcome the next speaker, Mr. Martin Ford, a futurist and author of the global bestsellers, with a big round of applause.
It's really a pleasure to be here in Seoul. For well over a decade now, I've been focused on the potential implications of artificial intelligence and robotics. I've now written 4 books on that subject, and I have held pretty consistently to the view that we are really on the leading edge of a massive disruption. I think ultimately that's going to be a transformation on the scale of a new industrial revolution. And I also think it's clear that there are going to be 2 sides to this disruption. On the one hand, it's going to bring enormous benefits to all of humanity. It's going to be transformative in areas like science and medicine and engineering. AI is going to drive and enhance creativity across the board. I think it's going to drive innovation in many, many different technological areas. And that's going to bring enormous benefits to all of us. But the other side of this is that it's going to put enormous stress on society, on the economy, and I think in particular on the job market. And so I think our objective going forward is going to have to be to embrace AI and to make sure that we fully leverage it on behalf of everyone so that we can derive all of these important benefits. But at the same time, we're going to need to be very proactive about addressing the very real dangers and risks that come coupled with artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence has led to progress that has now achieved learning algorithms that, in a limited sense, are beginning to think. And this is going to continue to accelerate, and we're going to see applications in the coming years that I think truly amaze us. But the other key aspect of AI is that it's really becoming ubiquitous. It's turning into a systemic or a general purpose technology. It's becoming almost a kind of utility, almost like electricity. Now, if you think about what even one day in your life would be like if you didn't have access to electricity, you understand how truly dependent we have become on this resource. And the same is going to be true of artificial intelligence. It is going to touch every aspect of society, of culture, of our economy. Every organization is going to come to depend on artificial intelligence. And we are as a society, going to become truly dependent on it in the same way that we do electricity. Now, so I think the idea of AI being like electricity really captures the scale and the reach of this new technology. But it's also important to understand that there are important differences. Electricity is a very dependable commodity. We know exactly what we're getting with electricity. It doesn't change over time. But on the other hand, artificial intelligence is continuing to accelerate in capability. And what that means is that the future impact of AI is going to be even more dramatic than what we've seen in the past with electricity, and certainly it's going to be more unpredictable. So this is clearly going to be one of the most consequential technologies that we have. Now, so what I want to do is talk about two potential futures that we might face as AI continues to accelerate. And I want to begin by talking about the dark side, the future that might unfold if we fail to address the risks and the dangers that come along with AI. Now, one of the things that I focused a lot on in my writing is the potential for artificial intelligence to automate a lot of jobs and to have a big impact on the job market. And one of the most important areas where this is happening is with advances in robotics. Now, robots have been around for a long time. If you had, for example, gone into an automotive factory way back in the 1980s, you would have already seen these big, powerful industrial robots at work. And these are extraordinarily efficient, precise machines. And so what all of that automation has meant in advanced economies like Korea or the United States is that all of the truly routine, rote, repetitive jobs, the assembly line type jobs, have largely been automated a long time ago. And so the jobs that have been left for human workers are those that are to some extent unpredictable. Very often these are jobs that rely on qualities like visual perception and dexterity, which is where humans continue to outperform robots. And so what this has led to is that the state of the art in environments like warehouses and factories is now a situation where you've got a large number of robots, and you've also got a large number of people working together in kind of a synergy. And the people, of course, are doing the things that the robots can't yet do. But the important point I want to make is that because of progress in AI, this equation is on the verge of changing. There are many startup companies, as well as big companies like Amazon, that are working on much more dexterous robots, robots that are really approaching the point where they're going to match human visual perception and dexterity. And what that means is that there's going to be a huge impact on blue-collar jobs in factories and warehouses, and also in the service sector in places like fast food restaurants. A lot of those jobs are going to disappear in the very near future. And so we're going to see a big impact on the human workforce, and the many average people in our economy are likely to be left behind and really struggle for a way to find a livelihood. Now, the other thing that's really important to understand is that this is by no means going to be limited to just robots impacting blue-collar jobs. There is also going to be a very significant impact, maybe in some ways a greater impact, on white-collar work or knowledge-based work. And I think this is something that's becoming quite obvious to people as a result of the release of ChatGPT. Many universities are worried that college students will use ChatGPT to write college-level papers for their classes. Now, if ChatGPT can do that, then clearly it can also do many kinds of business writing. So it's obvious that there could be an impact here. And we see many examples of that across the board. There are already systems, for example, that can do basic journalism. They can look at data and figure out what's interesting about that data and then automatically generate a news story. And if you've read online articles from big media companies like Bloomberg, you've probably already read stories that were written by AI algorithms and not by human journalists. And there are many other impacts in the field of law, in the field of medicine and so forth, where we're seeing very sophisticated jobs that require lots of change or lots of training being impacted by artificial intelligence. So I think that we're moving toward a future where any kind of relatively routine, predictable job that involves manipulating information, sitting in front of a computer, doing business writing, creating presentations, doing quantitative analysis, all of these types of jobs and tasks are likely to be highly susceptible to automation. So what this means is that there's going to be a very broad-based impact on the job market, all skill levels, workers from manual blue-collar jobs all the way up to very, very skilled workers with lots and lots of education doing in more advanced white-collar jobs are all going to be impacted. So this is something that's going to be a real issue for our society, and there's a risk that many workers are going to be disenfranchised. They're going to struggle, I think, to find a foothold in this new economy. Now, beyond the impact on the job market, there are many other risks and dangers that come coupled with artificial intelligence. Among the most important of these is the potential for misinformation to be created by using AI. We've seen, for example, with ChatGPT, that it can write very compelling text, but in some cases this text can be misleading or even completely false. And what I think is maybe even more concerning is the ability of AI to generate fabrications of other kinds of media. For example, images and video and sound, audio tracks. Just to give one particular example of this, it's possible for AI algorithms to be trained on the way a prominent person speaks by accessing interviews that person has done, for example. And then that algorithm can generate that person speaking and have them say basically anything that you want to say, including something that could be very destructive or damaging to that person. And you can imagine this being leveraged to attack politicians by creating false audio of that person saying something that they did not in fact say. And this could be a threat to democracy. It could upend elections and so forth. Now, beyond that, there are many other concerns, and I think that you've heard these raised in earlier presentations today. But AI can be biased on the basis of race or gender. Artificial intelligence can be used to automate weapons. It can be used in weapons that could, for example, attack people or even kill people without a human being authorizing that. Artificial intelligence is used in surveillance, especially in the area of facial recognition. And countries like China, for example, have really become kind of ground zero for this. They are building a true Orwellian society where all citizens are surveilled at all times and even to some extent controlled. And even in more democratic countries, we're going to struggle with the trade-offs here as we decide how these technologies should be allowed to be used. And then finally, there is the concern about a possible existential threat from truly advanced artificial intelligence. This is the idea that someday we might have AI that is much smarter than we are, and we might struggle to control it. Perhaps it will act in ways that we don't anticipate, and maybe even be a threat to humanity. And you might have heard very prominent people like Elon Musk talking about this. And I think that's a legitimate concern for the relatively far future. But for now, I think we should be focused on the more immediate risks, the misinformation and the weaponization and so forth, because these are things that will become an important issue right now or in the very near future. So when you put all of these fears together, it's very clear that if we don't do something to address these concerns, the economic impact, the impact on the job market, the potential for misinformation and so forth, all of that could result in a very dystopian future. But now let me talk about the opposite case. Let me talk about an optimistic future. And that assumes that we do something to address these concerns and we leverage AI fully. Now, I think that the most important benefit of AI, the thing that is truly something that can revolutionize the future and lead us into a much more optimistic future, is the use of artificial intelligence in science and technology. The ability of AI to really drive increased innovation in many, many different areas, and to really, result in lots and lots of progress across the board in science and technology and medicine and government and many different areas. And I want to give just one very powerful example of that, and that involves the company DeepMind. And I know that most people in Korea are probably familiar with DeepMind because this is the company that created the AlphaGo system, which was able to defeat Lee Sedol at the game of Go back in 2016. What DeepMind has done, it has created a system that basically uses that underlying technology in AlphaGo to address the problem of predicting the way that protein molecules fold into very complex three-dimensional shapes. Now, protein molecules are really the fabric of life. They make up the important structures in our bodies, of course, but they are also make up the enzymes, the important chemicals that make life possible. So these are incredibly important molecules to understand in medicine, in biochemistry, and really throughout all aspects of biology. Now, scientists have understood for a long time how protein molecules are in fact fabricated in our cells, but the really challenging issue has been to understand how protein molecules almost instantly fold up into very, very complex three-dimensional shapes. And this is important because it's actually the shape of the protein molecule that determines its function. This is what determines the way a protein molecule interacts with other molecules, the way it interacts with our cells, the way it interacts with drugs, for example. So it's incredibly important to understand this for medicine and biochemistry and many, many other applications. Now, scientists have been working on trying to find a computational technique for predicting the shape of these molecules for more than 50 years. So it's been a decades-long process that has consumed the careers of many scientists, and yet they've made very limited progress. But DeepMind, with its AlphaFold system, was basically able to solve that problem within about 2 years. And this has been just a remarkable, revolutionary breakthrough in the field of biology, biochemistry, and medicine. And as a result of this, DeepMind is currently building a huge catalog of all of the protein molecules that are important in biology and in medicine. This is just going to be an enormously important resource in these fields, and is going to drive lots of progress that I think we will all be able to benefit from in the future. But this is just one very specific example of how breakthroughs in artificial intelligence are really making revolutionary progress in a very specific field of science. And my point earlier, as I said, is that artificial intelligence is really becoming like electricity. It's going to impact everything. And so you can imagine innovations like this really across the board, impacting every field of science, every field of endeavor, government, every aspect of society. And this is the true benefit of artificial intelligence, and it's the reason that we should be very, very excited about this technology. But in order to realize these benefits and have that positive outcome, it's going to be critically important to address the dangers that I spoke of earlier. And in order to do that, I think that we really need two basic things. First of all, we are going to need regulation of artificial intelligence. We don't want to stop progress in AI or hold back the research, but we do want to have regulation of the applications of artificial intelligence when it's used in the real world in ways that impact the lives of human beings. So it's going to be very important, I think, for governments to address this through regulation. And I think in order to do that, most governments ultimately will probably need to create an agency specifically focused on AI with the necessary expertise in order to address the problems specific to AI. In the same way that in the United States, for example, we've got agencies like the SEC that deals with trading issues, financial issues. We've got the FAA that deals with aviation. We need to have a specialized agency, I think, in many cases that will focus on artificial intelligence. And then the second issue is going to be the impact on the economy and particularly on the job market. And I think that in order to address this, we might ultimately need really a new social contract. I think in the short run, there are many things that we can do in terms of providing educational opportunities, for making sure that people can retrain and try to stay ahead of advances in artificial intelligence and find new, more relevant jobs. But in the long run, as this technology becomes so capable and the impact becomes so great, I think that we may ultimately need more than that. We may to really, really need a new economic paradigm, a new way of thinking about the relationship between people and the economy, and perhaps a new way of addressing the way people earn money. We may enter a future where people cannot rely on a traditional job in order to have a sufficient income in order to thrive in this economy, and we may need to come up with alternatives. And that's important for two reasons. One is, of course, for social cohesion and making sure that people have adequate resources to have a decent, middle-class life in society. But the second reason is that the whole economy is dependent, of course, on people having sufficient resources to go out and spend that money on on products and services that are produced in the private sector. That is really what drives the economy. And we can't have a thriving economy with economic growth unless people have sufficient income to go out and participate in the economy. So in order to solve that problem, I think that we will need to look at issues like, for example, a universal basic income. The idea of the government providing at least a minimal income to everyone in our society so that they have sufficient resources to thrive in this new world that AI is creating. And I know that you heard about that earlier from Professor Guy Standing, who is one of the world's experts in universal basic income. And this is, I think, going to be an incredibly important idea for the future and is something that we should all give a lot of thought to. So finally, I want to leave you with this quote from Demis Hassabis, who is the CEO of DeepMind. And his basic point is that the goal of his company is to first solve artificial intelligence and then use that to really solve everything else. In other words, to address all the big problems that we face in the future. Things like climate change, things like global poverty, things like the need for innovations in medicine that will make us all more healthy. Things like to create products and services more affordable, more abundant. Artificial intelligence is going to become the most important tool in our toolbox for addressing these problems. And that's why I believe that we can have that optimistic future if we can address these issues. So as a final thought, what I want to do is really to invite all of you to think about all of the issues that I've talked about and also that have been raised in this forum. And I think it's important that all of you engage and participate in the discussion and the debate around artificial intelligence, because we all need to come together as part of this process and shape the future of this technology that I think is going to have such an enormous impact on all of us. And I think if we do that, then we can reach that truly optimistic future. Thank you very much.
네, 안녕하세요. 강연 잘
Hello,
들었습니다.
thank you so much for your insightful talk. And we received many questions from the audience during your passionate talk. Before we begin the Q&A session, can you please say hello to the audience of the forum, Mr. Ford?
Hello, and thank you so much for coming. It's really a great pleasure to be here, and I look forward to answering your questions.
네, 자 그러면은 현장에서 들어온
Now, let
질문을
us check the
하나씩
questions
전달해
posted by the
드리겠습니다.
audience.
지난해 시작된 러시아와 우크라이나의 전쟁뿐 아니라 최근 이스라엘 하마스 간 전쟁 등으로 지정학적 리스크가 크게 높아졌습니다. 국제 정세가 경색되는 지금 상황에서 AI 같은 혁신 기술이 군사적으로 악용되지는 않을지 우려가 커지고 있는데 이에 대한 의견이 궁금합니다.
What's your take on that?
Yes, that's one of the things that I mentioned. There definitely is the potential for artificial intelligence to be weaponized. I've heard some accounts that has even already happened in the war in Ukraine, that there have been, for example, drones that are fully autonomous. And the real concern there is not just that it would be used by militaries, but that once these technologies are created, then they might fall into the hands of, for example, terrorists, and then it might these technologies might be used to threaten civilian populations and in very, very dystopian ways. So it is a very real concern that hopefully will be, addressed through international agreement.
네, 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 다음 질문
Thank you for your answer. This is the next question. As the development and operational costs of generative AI are so enormous, some expect that the generative AI market will stagnate next year. Their assumption is that power consumption is so large that AI companies, other than some big tech, will not be able to afford the costs. What is your view on the recent outlook, such as the decline and the polarization of the AI industry?
Yes, it definitely is true that large language models like ChatGPT are extremely energy intensive. They use lots and lots of electricity, and that raises issues for sustainability in terms of the impact on the environment. And it is also true that they are enormously expensive in terms of the compute resources that they use. And that's, for example, why you saw this relatively small company, OpenAI, that created ChatGPT, had to create an alliance with Microsoft, which is, of course, is a huge tech company, in order to have sufficient resources in order to do what they do. So yes, that is an issue, that it does appear that the need for these resources could create a concentration of power in the hands of very, very large companies.
네, 앞에 질문과도 이 연결되는
I think
질문인
this is a related question, and currently, the AI that uses too much power, so there's a criticism from the environmental groups. So in terms of environment, do you think the development of AI can go hand in hand with prosperity of humanity?
Yes. This is earlier when I did my discussion with Dr. Andy Kumar, talked quite extensively about this also in her presentation. There are kind of two sides to that. One is that we can hope that artificial intelligence will become more efficient and use less power. We can also, of course, hope that the source of that power will be clean, right? I mean, as long as the electricity being used in these large language models is coming from, for example, hydroelectric dams and not from coal-emitting plants, then it's not so bad. But then the other side of this, which Dr. Andy Kumar talked about, I think, quite a lot, is that AI itself is going to be part of the solution to a more sustainable future. In other words, AI is going to help us design solutions to climate change and maybe discover new forms of clean energy. For example, I know for a fact that right now there are many, many startup companies that are working on fusion power, nuclear fusion power, which is one of the great hopes for clean energy. And nearly all of them are making critical use of artificial intelligence in that process in order to build this hopefully new revolutionary technology. So AI is going to be a key part of making that happen.
네, AI가 앞으로 전기처럼 인간의 삶에 막대한 영향을
You said that AI will serve as an electricity and it will affect every aspect of human life, like robots. I think its impact will get bigger and bigger in the future. Is there any possibility that super intelligent AI will control human society? How much possibility do you expect?
Right, that's the risk that I mentioned, the so-called existential threat. I guess there are two things to be worried about there. One is that we might become so dependent on artificial intelligence that in a sense we sort of lose the ability to take care of ourselves. There are some famous science fiction stories written about this. I think there was also an episode of Star Trek where a whole society becomes so dependent on an intelligent machine to do everything, and then of course that machine gets broken or the power goes out and then they're really in trouble. So that's something we need to guard against as we anticipate this future. And then the other concern, which many, many very smart people really worry about, is that artificial intelligence may get so far beyond us, so intelligent at some point in the future, that it might act in ways that we don't anticipate. Even if we ask it to do something that we think is going to help us, it might act in a way that we don't anticipate and actually cause us harm. And there are some think tanks at various universities where some very, very smart people are really working on this problem. And I think that that's a good thing. But at the same time, I do think that that's a problem for the far future. It's not something that we should be super worried about right now, because there are, as I said, there are many, many other issues with AI, like, for example, weaponization, that are really unfolding right now or in the next few years. And that's where our immediate focus should be.
네, 현장에서 들어온 질문을 계속해서 전 전해드리겠습니다.
So we are checking the questions from the audience. There are some people who can take advantage of the benefits of AI and those who cannot. An information gap will become a social problem. How can we cope with the problem?
Right. Well, that touches on what I was speaking. There are various ways in that will happen. One will certainly be the impact on employment. As AI becomes more advanced, it will automate many kinds of jobs. Some people, because they have the necessary skills or talent, will be successful in adapting to that. Maybe finding a new line of work that they can sort of stay ahead of this, at least for the foreseeable future. But other people are going to struggle with that, depending on what their particular talents and capabilities are. And that's the reason that I think we really need to strengthen our social safety net. We need to obviously offer what we can in terms of retraining for people. But ultimately, as I said, I think that we may need a new paradigm, really something more radical, and that may include solutions like a universal basic income to make sure that everyone can thrive and really benefits from the advances in artificial intelligence in the further future.
네. 앞서서는 AI가 인간을 통제할 가능성에 대해서 질문을 드렸었는데
The previous question was about the possibility of AI controlling people, and some people are worried AI could be appropriated by certain government or certain people. Any views?
Yes, I mean, different governments will use AI in different ways. I mean, most notably, there is a kind of a race in artificial intelligence happening between, the United States and other Western democratic countries and China in particular. And they have very, very different views about how artificial intelligence should be used. As I mentioned, China is using artificial intelligence to create a very Orwellian, I think, dystopian society where everyone is surveilled and to some extent controlled by AI. Obviously, we don't want that to happen in democratic countries, so it will be very important, for one thing, to stay ahead of China in this race, and secondly, to make sure that AI is used appropriately in our own societies. And that's why at the end of my presentation, I invited all of you to be part of this conversation and this discussion, because it's critically important that we all are aware of this.
네, 앞선 질문과 조금 연결이 될 것 같은데요.
This is a related question. So you mentioned China and Russia. Do you think they will participate in the regulation of AI? I think there's a cooperation will be difficult with such countries.
Yes, I mean, they're actually right now in the United Kingdom, there just recently was a big forum that occurred between leaders from many countries. It actually happened at Bletchley Park, which is the place that Alan Turing worked during World War II. And there was a representative from China there, and they talked about these very issues. So there is hope. At the same time, especially when we're talking about military applications, national security applications, there is always going to be something of a race, an arms race in the field of artificial intelligence, and we have to be very open-eyed and realistic about that.
네, 오늘 강연에서 그리고 저서에서도 AI를 활용하는 미래에 대해서 부정적인 전망
today's lecture, you discussed both negative and positive outlooks about AI future. In conclusion, you shared optimistic insights. Despite numerous problems, what specific efforts are needed for humanity to make? And I wonder whether such efforts are being made sufficiently.
Well, I think, as I said, the most important efforts really involve the need for regulation and adaptation to artificial intelligence. And that doesn't mean that we want to pause the technology. You may have heard some prominent people, I think including Elon Musk, asked at one point for a 6-month pause on research in artificial intelligence. I wouldn't advocate that at all. I think that progress in artificial intelligence is going to be a great thing for us. But when AI is used in the real world, when it impacts people's lives, whether that's medical applications, whether it's using AI to screen resumes to make sure that, or to decide which people are going to get, interviews with companies for jobs, we need to make sure that AI is used in a fair way. And we're going to need to use rules and regulations around AI to make sure that these things are positive. And we're also going to, as I said, have to find ways to address the economic inequality and the impact on the job market that I think can also come along with AI. So the real message that I have is that I think we can have that optimistic future, but in order to have that optimistic future, we have to take proactive steps to address the really quite obvious dangers and risks that come along with AI. We can't just sit back and assume everything will work out. I don't think it will work out. We have to, proactively address these issues and have policies within our governments and perhaps within international organizations like the UN to address these issues. If we do that, then we can have that optimistic outcome.
네. 사람들이 하던 일을 AI가 대체하게 되고
So
알고리즘의 영향을
the
받게 되면
jobs will be replaced by AI, and it might halt the development of a humanity. So can it bring about this degradation of the humanity?
Well, I think that people have different perspectives on that. You might say that, again, assuming that we address the economic issues, in the future lots of jobs might be automated. Maybe people will spend less time working. People will have more time for other things, and what they might do with that extra time is focus on uniquely human issues. Perhaps they will spend time studying the humanities or creating art or creating works of literature. They'll be doing things that draw, uniquely on their humanity. And we'll leave it to the machines to do the more, routine, automatable things in society. So assuming that we address these issues, I think it can be, artificial intelligence can be positive in every way, and we can have a kind of utopia where humanity is actually enhanced by this technology rather than degraded by it.
네. 자, 시간 관계상 마지막 질문을 드려야
Because
될 것
of the
같은데요.
time constraint, I think this will be the last question. You mentioned both about negative and positive aspects of AI. And about this topic, in order to create new economic paradigm, what would be the top priority for us?
I think the top priority is really to address the issue of potential joblessness as that arises. And I think in the near term, we can talk about educational resources to provide opportunities for people to retrain, together with a solid social safety net, for example, things like unemployment insurance to support them as they retrain, because it will get harder and harder for people to acquire the new skills to stay ahead of this technology as it accelerates. But then, as I said, in the long run, we may enter a situation where many people really just cannot keep up with the pace of this technology, and they're going to fall behind. And that's, I think, where we really need to talk about that entirely new social contract, an entirely new economic paradigm. And that's where ideas like a universal basic income or a guaranteed minimum income or similar initiatives might be very, very important and a big part of the solution for the future.
네, 오늘 말씀 잘 들었습니다. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
네. 오늘 SDF 마지막 연사로서 대장정의 끝을 맺게 되셨는데요. 오늘
You are the last speaker who concludes today's event. Please give us brief closing remarks.
Well, thank you for having me. And again, what I want to say to all of you is that artificial intelligence is, I think, going to be our most consequential technology. I think that more than any other innovation, it's going to shape the future. And for that reason, I think it's critically important that everyone have at least some understanding of this technology. Doesn't mean you need to be an AI expert or understand it in the deep technical aspects of it, but you need to understand about this technology and why it's going to be so important and what the ramifications are going to be. So I really encourage you all to study this more. And again, to engage in this conversation, to be part of the solution, to come up with ideas about how we can shape this future so that we can make sure we have that optimistic outcome.
네. 마틴 포드 씨에게 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank
고맙습니다.
you so much. Please send a big round of applause again to Mr. Martin Ford. This is the SDF 2023 Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. It has been a non-stop journey from 8:30 a.m. today. Now, let's take a moment to look back at the messages from the speakers who joined SDF 2023 today.
SBS 창사 33주년 특집.
This is the end of the SDF 2023 Rewriting the Economic Paradigm in the Age of AI. Faced with the upcoming AI era, we took the opportunity to go beyond the framework of the past, envision a new paradigm that will lead the future economy, and gather wisdom to make it reality. To ensure that the stories we have written together for a better future are deeply embedded in our lives, SBS will do its best. Next year marks the 20th anniversary of the SDF. SDF has presented various topics required for the times, creating new values. With extensive experience and sense of responsibility, we will be meeting you again next year through a forum for meaningful public discussions. We ask for your continued interest in the 20th anniversary of SDF. This is the official ending of the SDF 2023. Thank you so much for staying with us.
수고했어. 실수했어. 큰일 날 뻔.